Started proper in like 4 or 5 minutes. See how many
Great.
people trickle in, etc. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm getting a Chipotle ad.
Hey, Chipotle. Man, like all the ads that I end up getting are usually either games or movie trailers for the most part, I think. Yeah, because, I don't know, Twitch's targeted advertising is just all, oh yeah, you've seen all this movie content on YouTube, here, have some movies.
Twitch really reminds me that I'm hungry. They just like showing food.
Because yeah, in my one's case, it's just like, oh yeah, Godzilla vs. King Kong, or Voyager, or whatever movie is supposed to be coming out soon. It's just like, yeah, have a trailer for it. Then the other half of the trailers are just like, yeah, G Fuel.
Oh
Or
no.
I think the most Aussie one I've gotten though is one which is just, it's just straight Milo. It's like, oh yeah, Milo, low GI energy way of starting your day. And it's like, oh,
What's Milo? I've never heard of that Milo.
oh Milo. Oh, it's like,
Oh, Milo. Oh, okay, I know what it is now.
yeah, it's
I know the
just
Spanish version of it,
Milo.
Milo. Okay. Yeah.
It's just essentially malt drink. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like for Aussies, it's more or less just staple stuff to the point where you see it a lot in Aussie pop culture. Some strange
Yeah.
stuff, that fact. Okay, I think my hangover is mostly cleared up. Mostly, but anyway.
Have you eaten yet?
Yeah, I had a full English this morning. Unfortunately,
English breakfast, like the
yeah.
full, like, eggs, beans.
Yep, full package.
I've never had that before. It sounds great.
It's a lot, and it's more than enough to get you through a day, for the most part. But it is a sheer amount of grease, and yeah.
It's good though for a hangover.
Yeah, it's really good for
Really
a hangover.
good for a hangover. Let me also do this. Hold on. Oh, I forgot to do this. What? If I could type, that'd be great. There we go. Posting now.
I don't know, it's the case of my brother more or less insists on full English on like Sundays, so he's like, yeah, like just shakes me
Oh,
awake.
that's right, it's Sunday for
Then,
you.
yeah, shakes me awake. It's like, hey, when do you want eggs? I'm just like, ah, I see.
I really like, sorry if you hear dogs for a second. I think
No,
it's
that's
dinner
fine.
time for them. But I really like eggs that are like runny with toast. It's the greatest thing ever.
Fair enough. In my case, it's a 50-50. Sometimes runny yolk's good. Mainly if it's been heated up properly, then yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
When it's like goopy and like there's still like whites on it that aren't cooked properly, I don't like it. It needs to be like the perfect consistency to be good.
Because yeah, in my case this morning, I simply told my brother, you know, the Japanese cook their eggs more than you.
Oh. Oh no! Did he make scrambled or did he fry it?
It was fried, but somehow the yolk was extremely raw. Like,
What?
I don't know how, but yeah. Very, very goddamn raw. To the point where I was like, wait, is this a rotten egg yolk? No, it's just a very raw egg yolk.
Oh no!
And man, that one took a bit out of me. I was like, oh man, okay, I'll rely on the other forms of grease then.
Yeah. I like eating like pizza after a hangover, like
Oh yeah, pizza's
fried
great.
food.
Anything with grease
Like
or
French
oil,
fries.
it's just, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a godsend.
I wonder what the science is behind that.
Apparently just opens up your arteries or something and stimulates blood flow.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, something like that. Some dodgy excuse to just have a lot of fat after. after a hangover.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, a lot of hangover cures themselves also just include like a whole raw egg just shoved into something.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I don't know, just that protein or something is meant to help things along. Alright, let's see. Just gonna give one quick check over all of my questions and make sure they're working. Alright then, you good to go?
Yeah, I'm good.
Alright, in which case, let's get right into it.
Sounds good.
So, by all means, introduce yourself.
Hi. My name is May Kitsune. I am a maid fox VTuber. Um, I like to play several different kinds of games. Mostly like RPG games. But I like to play a lot of things with different friends. um, yeah, I just like enjoying spending time with people, talking to people, making lots of friends. That's pretty much like my biggest goal of streaming, just making lots of friends, which I've been doing. But yeah, nice to meet you.
Okay. Yeah, in chat, everyone's calling you a cat.
Yeah.
Do explain.
I'm not a cat. They just like teasing me because I don't know, man. They just call me a cat. I don't know why. I don't know why, man. I really don't understand. They're just like teasing me.
Yep, everyone considers you a cat here by the same of it. But yeah,
It happens.
I do notice with your introduction, you're very straight to the point on the kind of content that you produce, instead of
Yes.
more so talking about the VTubing aspect of things and playing into lore, I suppose. Which is...
I can go into lore if you would like. It's just I don't really play a character. I'm just myself.
No, that's fair enough. Like, I don't play much of a character either. Any kind of random quirkiness you deal with when it comes to me just happens to be what I've dealt with.
Yeah.
But hey, all right. You know what? Let's move on to that then. So the lore question: do you end up playing into your lore very often? As you mentioned, you don't really. So what kind of lore did you end up coming up with per se?
So, pretty much, it's really funny. So I'm pretty much just a Inari Kitsune. Pretty much don't have a lot of followers. If that makes sense, like, cause like Inari Kitsune, like they're like technically a god.
Oh yeah.
So like to gain power, you need a lot of like people to pray to you. Or like wisdom, like old age, which I'm not. I'm 25. And the way that it so happens, I pretty much am like just like slowly collecting people that are in need. So like when one like stumbles and is like having bad times or anything, like they're supposed to like I'm supposed to be able to go and find them and help them and like make sure they're eating and like taking care of themselves.
Ah.
So I'm pretty much just like taking care of them, and then after I find them, like I have my I have two part-time jobs. I'm a maid and an idol.
Idol. Oh my.
Because I have to feed people, and like you need to make money to feed people.
I see. Man, yep. Welcome to the real world where everything needs something to carry it. Yeah. Let's see. In which case, makes sense for lore, I suppose. Reminds me kind of, there was that one manga that was very popular the other year, I think, which was just, right, it was Senko-san. Pretty much just
Oh, Senko-san.
yeah, Kitsune going around with this one salary man.
I thought you said a celery man, and I was like,
Celery.
celery.
Hey. But
Salary. I understand.
But yeah, I'll shoot straight to the next one of the next seeded questions, which is simply, so what exactly did inspire your design, now that you've mentioned it?
So believe it or not, I've actually had this name since literally like 6th grade.
Oh heck, okay.
Like my old school like guy online from like 2007 is like
that is a very long time to have a handle. Okay.
Yeah. So I've had it for that long, and I've kind of always had the same character in mind. I have somewhere I have drawings of like my character.
Oh.
From literally like like from middle school.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I always had the bell sleeves. I always had like the ribbons and the same it was always a fox, of course. Not cat. I'm not a cat. But it's always been the same for the most part. What I would say is typically it was more of a kimono than it was a maid outfit. But there are things to come, is all I'm gonna say. I'm kind of hinting at something that is coming very soon.
Okay.
So hype. But yeah, it's kind of always been the same, like the same eye color and everything.
Destined to be a VTuber, they say.
Okay. Funny story. Hector is the reason I'm actually like kind of a VTuber, because he was the one that kind of pushed me into it.
Oh, okay. Do explain that.
He was like, so Hector. I've been streaming for like 5 years. Hector has been one of the first people that has like been here, and he's been here like probably the longest. Him and like 2 others. But he pretty much like every couple of weeks would be like, "Hey, you should be a VTuber. Hey, you should be a VTuber." Hey, you should be a VTuber. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I knew about VTubers, but like, I genuinely thought it was going to be like over $5,000 to get into. Because a lot of the VTubers that I would see, I hadn't seen anything about Live 2D. I always saw like the 3D animated ones.
Okay. Yeah.
So I was like, how the fuck am I going to get, I was like, how am I going to get a 3D model? Like, that's gonna be so much money. and then that's around the time when like when Gura and Cali and everything started getting popular, and I started being able to do a lot more research into like the live 2D stuff, because we finally were able to get something that made more sense. And clearly it's still very expensive, but it's not the $500,000 that it is for, you know, an actual like 3D rendered model, and then all the equipment along with like tracking. Because I thought it was like I needed to get like a full bodysuit and like do everything. That's what I thought I needed. Yeah, like I always was interested in it, but
the entry cost was insane.
The entry cost, exactly. At least that's what I thought it was, until Live 2D skyrocketed, and then it became a lot easier to get into.
Yep, definitely. Because Live 2D, I'd say it's something of a godsend for artists, because then it removes that kind of need for any experience in 3D modeling, because it's an entirely different field.
Yeah, it definitely
pretty
is.
ridiculous field at that.
It's super expensive when it comes to 3D modeling.
3D modeling was insane.
Yeah, I thought I needed to be Kitsune 2.0. That's literally what I thought I needed to be able to do anything. Because that's all I ever saw. I only ever saw like Kitsune or like what's the other one? I can't think of the other one. Yeah, there's another one that's similar to Kitsune that's popular. I can't think of it right now. But That's literally what I thought I needed. I thought I needed like like a whole company backing me.
Nah, the indie scene's come quite a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just definitely, because no need to go way out of your way. Essentially, it's just commission one or two fellas, and you're more or less set for becoming a VTuber quite easily.
Mm-hmm. And even then,
yeah,
like you can go into like PNG in the beginning, like how you're doing, and then kind of save as you go, and then like make your community and slowly upgrade things, which is the best thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, when it comes to... Let's see, I'll throw a curveball here. So when it comes to building a community, do you find there's any particular way of going about it? Or any particular way that you've gone about it personally?
So, as a smaller streamer, I feel like you kind of need to make a family, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Oh, I'm moving now. Oh.
Yeah, I just noticed that you put up a webcam. I was like, I may as well make use of it.
You're okay. But like I feel like you kind of need to make a family as a smaller streamer, make somewhere where people are comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Because like from what I've kind of known and what I enjoy personally from streamers when I'm watching people, I like when people are engaging and like act like they care about you. I guess that's the bad way to say it. But like the ones that make you feel like at home. I feel like personally that's the best way to make a community. Ones that make you comfortable and ones that you can kind of like, I don't want to say count on, but like treat you like a person. That sounds so weird to say, but
no, it's perfectly fine, I'd say.
It's just one of those things where I just prefer like starting like friendships and having like a family than seeing someone as like a number, because each person has their own individual like lives and their own backgrounds.
Alright, in that case, building together a community, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah, pretty much. I know we always back each other up. I feel like there always needs to be like a way for you to allow your people to kind of talk to you about like their daily stuff if they're having bad days and stuff like that. Like I have a whole section in my Discord literally called Ranty Rants.
Oh, wow.
For when people are having like bad days, like just fucking let it out. We're here for you.
Fair enough. Good spot to have, I'd say.
Yeah.
Let's see, in which case, I'll stack another curveball on top of that one being... Do you ever worry about when, if you ever get too big, that'll be difficult to maintain that kind of relationship?
Yes. I'm so terrified of that. Like the day that, if that ever happens, like I feel like the people in the beginning, like they're obviously going to be, I think, the closest to me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So like to me, I feel like the people in the beginning I'll still be able to have that relationship with, but I feel like I won't be able to continue as I get larger with other people, if that makes sense. So like the people that are here now are lucky, I guess, because like I'll be able to spend more time with them and like get to know them a little more personally. But then again, I feel like that is just so far away that I don't know.
Yeah, maybe closer than you think, because I've heard that once you get to about 3 digits, it becomes increasingly hard to keep up with people. Because humans can only keep so many relationships in one's head before it starts getting a bit troublesome.
Probably.
Unless you start finding ways of compensating, say you start writing down specific people, or you start finding ways of relating back to those people and whatnot. If not, eventually it gets to that point where you overload thanks to having real life relations plus online plus whatever, and you end up being unable to maintain it, so to speak.
I feel like if it were to ever get to that point, I definitely would not be able to keep my current job. Like, my outside job if I wanted to continue that.
That's fair enough, because once you get to that kind of viewership, you can turn streaming more or less into a
Yeah.
full-time thing. Because 3 digits is considered a lot for advertisers, and it's considered a heck of a lot for publishing companies as well. Because it's a guaranteed 100 right there on the spot whenever you need it, essentially.
Yeah.
So it's considered crazy advertising power. And if you have any kind of merchandising or third-party support kind of stuff, like Patreon, Coffee, whatever, then yeah, you are perfectly fine to go independent. But are you ever looking to go fully independent, straight up streaming?
I mean, to me, that's the ultimate goal.
Okay.
It is the ultimate goal, but like my current job, I make a fairly decent amount of money. So I would have to kind of compensate for that amount that I would be missing out on. I would be okay with getting like a little bit less than what I'm making for my current job, if that makes sense. But I make too much to be able to like quit on the spot. Like I have a mortgage. I can't just like be like, no, I don't wanna.
Hey, real life always finds a way to rear itself over.
Yeah. I'd buy a cat boob mouse. God damn it. Oh, no.
That's merchandising for you, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I wanna do like cute things like stickers or like pins.
Stickers and pins are pretty cheap to set up, I will say, and you can get a decent chunk of them. If you go through some kind of third party, then you can essentially just merchandise them online anyhow.
Yeah, no, I have
Yeah.
a couple friends that actually like do like stickers.
Oh,
So
okay.
I've been trying to reach out to them to kind of figure that stuff out. They also sell like t-shirts and stuff, so I'll see what we can do.
Fair enough.
This is the true nature of your community. Can't hide it. No.
Don't worry, I sat through a more degenerate community yesterday, so this is perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, I know that's right. You were with Kiari.
Yep.
And she was doing Yabai stream.
Yep.
You know, it's so funny. My boys are like, they say all these dirty things, but they're all like sweethearts.
Oh my. Anyhow, let's see. I think I had this question written here for whatever reason. So, specifically, what drew you to VTubing? So, what eventually just went from streaming to VTubing? Apart from that one person pushing you, what stepped it over the line?
Not gonna lie, I'm sure you hear this from everyone. Just not having to like get in front of a camera every day.
Oh,
Like
okay.
I streamed for 5 whole years. You could literally ask anyone, like Hector, like when I would stream, I would literally stream in like I don't take care of myself like in like the way that most streamers do in terms of like they get all dolled up for a stream. I literally would be in like pajamas and like messy hair and I'd be like, "Sup guys?"
Hey.
Yeah, exactly. So now I could do that and not worry about people being like, "Yo, why don't you have makeup on?"
Oh my. Yeah,
Yeah.
I suppose I get that appeal, because even myself, if one were to see me, they'd more or less be like, hey, this is a bargain bin uncle, so, hey.
Oh.
Yeah, Christ, I forgot to shave this morning. Anyway. But yeah, that's fair enough. It does open up a lot of opportunities for people to stream, anyhow.
Yeah, pretty much. That pretty much what Techie said. Made an oversized hoodie in a dark room, trying not to be seen while streaming.
Hey?
So pretty much me. Whenever I would stream, I'd be like, "Let's go."
Oh my.
Me in the biggest hoodie ever. Like, I'm here, guys. The onesie. Oh well, okay. I would occasionally get what? Why is my computer freaking out? Hello. Okay, there we go. Oh, oh. My computer is just like freaking out.
Oh, man.
But pretty much Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Wait.
They're mentioning
Oh,
the
I was
onesie.
like, I would have. Yeah. I have like a fox onesie that I would occasionally wear. And then with the same blanket, god damn it, Hector, why do you gotta throw me under the bus like that?
365 days
Okay.
a year.
I literally had the same blanket forever.
Oh man.
I would wash it, but like it was just the same blanket. Like it was like the blanket. Now and before I finished, like I was doing live streaming with camera like up until like the beginning of December.
Oh.
Before I
Wow.
debuted in
Okay.
January.
Heck,
Yeah.
alright.
And like I have a green I could literally send you the freaking Amazon link to it, but it's like a green blanket hoodie. That I got from a Reddit Secret Santa. That I wore every single stream, every single time.
Oh my. Every single stream. Good lord.
It's just like it's comfy. It's like a blankie. Goldfish brain showing itself there, folks. I'm also a goldfish brain to my community. I will literally stop mid sentence and be like, "What did I say?"
Oh no.
Literally, wait, no. There was a day where I sneezed, and I was like, and then someone put like, because I have a sneeze counter, and like someone put sneeze counter in my stream, and I was like, I didn't sneeze.
Hey.
And they're like, yes, you did, and they literally sent me the clip.
Oh no. Yeah, that would get you.
I was so embarrassed. I was like, well.
Hood constantly got lower and lower. Oh no.
Techie's playing around.
Oh dear. Anyhow, let's move straight into another question then. So, you mentioned that you did debut back in, say, December. So, what are your current thoughts on the indie VTuber scene, just in general?
What do you mean by thoughts in general? Like, do you mean like what I think about new VTubers, or what do I think about like the community?
Let's go with the community first then.
It's kind of fucking wild.
Oh, okay. Do elaborate your experience then.
So like, I feel like everyone kind of knows everyone. It's just it's really weird. Cause like I can't think of any other like community where like everyone's like, yeah, I know all of these people. Like there are just so many people to keep up with.
Yeah, they really are.
And like everyone just knows everyone. They're like, yeah, I know who you're talking about, and you're like, what? I don't know. I feel like there's also like I don't want to say like a goal in mind. Well, I don't know how to phrase this properly.
Just speak whatever's on your mind. Go for it.
Goldfish brain going right now. It go. Brr.
Hey, one side of the fish bowl, next side of the fish bowl. This is a different side now.
Yeah. But I feel like you kind of need to like know people. Like it's kind of weird. Like you kind of need to know people, not to get big, like if that makes sense. But I feel like the way that the community works, like the VTuber specifically, I think it kind of like grows best through collabs. In terms of like how do I say this? Not for growing, but for like personality. Because like hanging out with so many different people brings out a different temperament in everyone, if that makes sense. So like people act differently with different people.
Yeah.
So I feel like it just creates more personality overall with your character.
No, that's fair enough. Showing off more and more aspects of your character.
Yeah. Which I feel like a lot of people don't realize happens.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of people, like when they're streaming with like collabs, like they act completely different than when they do, let's say, alone or with like one of their really close friends.
Fair enough.
Um,
Because yeah, I've more or
and
less
you get to
gone
learn a
through.
lot about them.
I've more or less
Go
gone
ahead.
through that kind of experience just more recently,
Mm.
where it's like solo stream. It's usually very low energy, very just
Mm-hmm.
chill. Collabs, if it's with someone like Yagi or Kiari, then it just ends up being me getting very distressed very often
Oh no.
at just the sudden curveballs being thrown, usually very lewd curveballs, but anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Those are just like, oh god, why? Why did you have to say that?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then just the other day I did a stream with IRLs, and that was just,
Mm.
how I pretty much act with those guys. I was just like, heck, yeah, there's like a couple of different ways of going about things.
Yeah.
Then at that point, and then the last thing is more or less my interview voice, which is just, yeah, this is the voice I use on radio. So back when I was
Mm.
still working a radio station, yeah, more or less closer to this, just shooting
You
questions,
do have a good
bringing
voice
about an
for
interview.
radio stuff, though.
I got told that enough to the point where I actually started working at radio, was the thing. But have you ever
How
had
was
that?
that? Was that okay?
Yeah, it was quite fun. It was a more educational style radio show, so it'd be
Hmm.
bringing in people from universities or other more tertiary education focused places, if not just members of the community around the city, to elaborate on things that people might not have actually done very often.
Yeah.
But yeah, have you run into that kind of experience yourself, just collabing with different people, finding different kind of sides of yourself?
So I like to, like Teki just said, I think I kind of act the same personally with other people. I get comfortable very easily with people, if that makes sense. Like as long as I get to talk to you a little bit beforehand, I can typically kind of treat you like I've known you for like 10 years.
I'll say it's one insane skill to have. Pretty much.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just always chill for the most part.
That's fair enough. Though I do remember one post by a certain content creator where I was just like, yeah, this might sound a bit troublesome in some cases when it comes to, say, collabs and whatnot. Just the fact of, let's see, I'll throw this curveball at you. How do you feel about people which kind of act or kind of ask for a collab out the bat, like right up front, without having ever really interacted with the other person?
I hate it. It's so ingenuine. I really don't like that personally. Like I understand, like people are like, shoot your shot. Like you only have one. But like I just think it's like rude is probably not the best word, but it's kind of rude because the implication is collab with me so that like your followers can follow me.
Yeah.
That's typically the implication, and most of the time the people that I've experienced that are like, we should collab right now, are like the people that have much of a following, or they do like the follow for follow.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
I don't like. I understand. Like I understand why they would want to do that, but it's just it just feels wrong to me, at least.
Yeah, growth for growth's sake is a bit troublesome in this community, is how I'd put it.
Yeah. I think I'll...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you, by all means.
I was gonna say, the problem is there are so many VTubers that, like, grow very quickly randomly. So a lot of people see those VTubers and they're like, wow, why aren't I growing? And it's like, you don't know what that person has gone through, like if they've had a previous community or what. Like, I have had people that are like, "Oh my god, how do you have so many followers?" And I'm like, "I've been streaming for 5 years." Like, what do you mean how I have so many followers? Like, I don't know.
Hey, hey. It's more a case
And
of time in the game rather than specific strategies through the game, I suppose.
yeah, granted, I have had a lot more followers since I started VTubing, but I think that's just because it's niche. Um,
Fair enough.
but there's a lot of people that start off at 0 and are like upset that they're not where they want to be.
Oh dear, tech
Um,
priest.
yeah, Techie's like that all the time in my.
Oh man.
That's Techie. That's Techie boy.
Let's see, when it comes to growth and whatnot, I find that people which seek that kind of rapid expansion probably can't really handle it when they actually have to
No,
come down and deal with it.
it's typically the people that have never streamed in their lives that are like, "Why aren't I growing?"
Yeah, because it is a massive process to gather a following. Just shouting.
Mm-hmm.
I liken it to busking, essentially. Because when you first go out busking, no one really cares. No one will give a damn. You are just some random musician playing stuff on the streets, and people are going to walk past.
Mm-hmm.
Streaming only becomes worse in the fact you don't even have that street level exposure. You don't even
Yeah.
get those passerbys. So
Mm-hmm.
when you have to make a name for yourself, you need to figure out a proper way of, well, making a name for yourself. Aside from
Mm-hmm.
just saying, oh, I need more followers, I deserve more followers, or I need more followers because I know that yeah, seems a bit scummy, but at the same time, it's like, you probably
Yeah.
can't handle the extra load when it comes, and man, the extra load is very ridiculous, is what I'll say. At least when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to streaming.
Yeah. It's not. It's not easy. Like I've made several posts about it, about streaming in general. Like it's not very easy. It can be very like disheartening and very taxing at times because people don't actually realize how much it actually like affects you mentally to stream to 0
Hmm.
people. Um
Yeah, it's a major kind of get ready to talk to yourself a lot kind of
mhm.
affair.
And like not gonna lie, like I was one of those people. Like I literally stopped streaming for like over a year. Because I was like, what's the point? There's no one here.
Hmm.
But then like I would still play with like friends like Hector or like Missile, which is another one of my longtime followers. Like I would still play games with them. Um, I don't know. I just randomly one day was like, let's go again, and then I had to kind of like work myself up to be like, it doesn't matter that I'm not talking to anyone. I'm having a good time.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
I feel like a lot
that's
of
fair
people
enough.
go into it as well. They're like, I can make so much money, and
Ah,
it's like I've been streaming for 5 years. I've probably spent more on like on electricity and like setup than I got back. You know, um,
hmm. Here's the funny
a
thing.
lot of
It's
people don't.
busking has kind of the same feeling, roughly.
Hmm.
There's the initial investment of your instrument, whatever it may be.
Hmm.
If it's say a portable keyboard, that's setting you back $1,000. If it's a
Yep.
guitar, it's in the hundreds, ukulele, whatever. You could start for whatever ridiculous cheap amount. Well, the fact of the matter is, there is also the busking license to pay for, which
Mm.
in this particular city was about $13 for a limited area for about 3 months.
Mm.
So within those 3 months of busking, you need to make back $13 to break even with your
Yeah.
constant cost, and then more on top to break even from your initial investment.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So it becomes a case where people think, oh, you're sitting there busking or just playing an instrument for a while and getting money off of people. No, you probably aren't. You need to somehow
Yeah, that's
make,
typically how it is.
yeah, you need to make $13 back, and I will say 90% of people don't even make the license back, essentially.
Mm-mm.
They
And
will,
that's not even including like if you take a bus there, like the cost of getting the
yeah,
bus or like driving their gas, you know.
Yep.
But I really like what your analogy is, like the busing one. Because a good example is like there's like a bunch of people that are well known for doing stuff like that in certain cities, and like people know them for that, and they've kind of grown a community of, oh, it's that guy that plays at this specific street, he's here again. Or people will be like, oh, he's not here today, you know, like when you pass them by every single day. That's kind of like you're kind of growing your community by allowing people to kind of pass by and like look at you and like see who you are. And you kind of have to do the same thing with streaming. You have to let people come by, walk by, listen to yourself, see if they like it or not. And if they like you and they walk by you every day, they could tip you if they want. Or they could just stand around and listen for a little bit, which is pretty much the same thing as streaming. They could either tip you or they could hang out with you and listen to your songs.
Pretty much. It's the case of you're there, you are more or less part of the scenery, I guess. But if someone wants to appreciate the scenery, then yes, they can appreciate the scenery. But yeah, back on that collab sort of thing. So you just find it very disrespectful for someone to just come up, straight up ask, no interaction whatsoever? Yeah, it's fair enough.
Personally, yeah.
I will ask, what is the lower limit? So at what point would you say yes?
I mean, like literally, like I've collabed with Bubs, like based off of like literally just like I think we like sent each other like 4 different tweets, and we were like, "Hey, you want to collab?" Like he asked me, and I was like, "Yeah, sure." Like there needs to be at least some interaction, like
okay, so
you know, like there needs to be
level.
something.
Right.
Like I need to know who you are. If I don't even know who you are, like I haven't interacted with you, like at least say hi first, you know?
Okay, yeah,
because like
that's fair enough,
I don't.
then.
It's not even like a thing of like. I understand like a lot of people want this to be their job and it's like a business to them. So like I understand reaching out to people that are like larger than you. I completely get it. But like if you're just trying to like talk to them only for like being boosted, that's mean. It's just mean. Because there are people like me. Unfortunately, I'm way too nice, and I'm like, I love everyone. Who will just collab with anyone that'll like talk to me. And like I'm fish brain, so like sometimes I won't notice like intentions, and then like after we collab, like they'll just never talk to me again, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that's on the sad end of things. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you make an attempt to reach out, do some aftercare, I suppose. Is the easiest way I can put it. Because, yeah, I am an advocate of just, after reaching out to someone, interviewing them and whatnot, I usually show up to their streams whenever possible. Just a case of, hey, yeah, I heard quite a lot about you during the interview. Let's see how much of it still holds up. Or what changes over time.
Yeah, typically that I talk to, typically the people that I talk to or like collab with, like I'm always in their stream, be it lurking or like I literally have like throughout like Monday through Friday, like or I guess Monday, Friday, like after my streams, I have like 10 different tabs open, and I'm like typing in people's stuff, and like it's chaos in my head.
Man.
And then the rest of the week, like as soon as I get on my computer, I'm like, who's streaming?
For myself, if I'm tuning in on something, it's usually a case of, oh, I'll be grinding at some MMO, just have someone stream on the side, whoever it may be. And depending on what it is, I may end up losing complete focus on what I'm grinding on and just be like, oh yeah, I guess I have to pay attention now.
Oh no. Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting to see where some of the people end up after I have interviewed them. Like, yeah, as early as someone say, Yasen, that guy. When I first interviewed him, he had 0 confidence in his voice, and now in the last few days, he's just pumping out things like pumping out little song covers after little song covers on Twitter. It's just like, buddy.
That's so cute. He's trying his best.
Yeah. And then, let's see. Then there was Akagihiro, that guy. During the interview, he did mention the fact that he felt a lot more comfortable playing female characters and whatnot. And, well, yeah, here he is now.
Yeah, now he's streaming with
yeah,
Carrot's model.
Gone off and used Carrot's model, which has been modified for his use, essentially.
Yeah.
So it is interesting to see where people do end up later on, and as people develop throughout this community. For instance, let's see, if you were to look back at how you were when you first started VTubing, is it all too much different to how you are now, would you say?
No, I so far, I mean, I started back January 2nd was my debut day.
Oh, damn. Alright.
Yeah, so I'm still fairly newish, I'd say. But it's about the same. Like
about the same, huh?
I feel like I haven't really changed. I don't think I will change. Like, I don't think so. I don't know. Like, maybe? You can never say for sure or for certain, but I feel like I don't think I would really change. I think the only thing that would change would start being too much to read every single thing. Because I try to interact with everyone as best as I can while playing. Like, to me, chat is more important than the game that I'm playing typically.
Oh, alright. Good priorities,
so I try to,
I would say.
Yeah, I try to, like, if I'm playing Monster Hunter, I'm sorry everyone else that is in my team while I'm playing Monster Hunter, but, like, I will be reading chat while fighting the Pickle. Or the Nergy, I'm sorry.
You had to bring up Monhan. Oh, God.
Don't come for me, please. I haven't been trained on how to use the bow.
God damn. I don't know, the bow is just a very Swiss Army knife of a weapon, essentially. You can actually do functionally everything that any other weapon can do in a bow. It's actually really dumb. But the tough part is learning the fact that, yeah, you have access to all of these capabilities. And, man, me watching you play bow at first, I'm like, god damn it, god damn it, god damn it. You can do so much more damage.
I still don't even know how to mount things.
Oh.
I've never mounted anything.
Oh no. It's pretty much if you sprint or dodge roll off of a ledge, you can then hit the attack buttons and you will do a mounting attack. Land enough mounting damage and you will automatically mount the monster.
Huh.
With the bow, you don't even need that ledge. The bow actually has a very weird attack where if you are like in the aim mode and you dodge, if you then input a melee attack forwards, then you will actually jump upwards and do a stab with an arrow, and that counts as mounting damage as well.
Oh, that's really funny. I've done that animation before and I was like, what was that? We purposely trained her wrong as a joke. Gino, why?
But yeah, bow, I don't know. A lot of just practical experience required with that damn thing, because it's just a lot of timings, then a lot of armor skills, then oh my god. That thing is like the least beginner-friendly weapon, I'd say.
The bow?
Yeah, it's one of the least beginner-friendly weapons to play. By far.
That's really funny. I feel like I just like the play style more of it.
It's very hit and run, but at higher levels of play, it's more or less you stick to the monster and never let go. So you notice how you have close range shots? Or close range shots? Yeah. That's a majority of your damage. You stay in shotgun range and you keep firing close range shots. Just over and over.
So the close range shots do more damage?
30% more.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And if you notice on your aiming reticle, there is also a double circle, essentially. So whenever you're in the double circle, that is considered critical distance. Within that range, you do increase damage as well. The moment
okay, I didn't know that.
The moment you equip close range shots, that critical distance gets a lot shorter as well.
Cool.
Hold up a sec. I'll be a moment. Someone's calling me for whatever reason.
Okay. I have food anyway.
Wow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's not my fault. Gino didn't tell me.
Okay.
I've been hearing the clinking the entire game. No. I've tried to do as discreetly as I can. How would I learn it without knowing, Gino? Oh, hey, my Dragon Piercer does more damage when my bow glows. I don't pay attention to that. Here's something to watch. You see chef. She looks at the. I do look at the damage, but I'm like, I always assumed it was critical hits or like boom damage. You got spicy nose, but knowing, not knowing that it'd be extra spicy. No. You okay?
That's it. Apologies for that. That was
okay.
a number that I was unfortunately not able to ignore.
That's okay. It happens.
Because yeah, usually I would just ignore the number, but it's just like, oh shit, it's that number, so
Yeah, no, it happens.
Let's see, I'll need to send out an extra message about that to someone, but yeah.
That's okay.
Anyhow, what were you talking about?
We were talking about my goldfish brain and not assuming things in the game and not realizing more damage was a specific way.
Yeah, white numbers means you did almost no damage or negligible damage. Orange is okay damage. Orange with a little crystal on it or a gold crystal on it is a critical.
Gold? I don't think I've ever seen gold.
Yeah, odds are you just haven't seen it because you haven't had weapons capable of critting yet.
Let's make sure no, it wasn't because of me. Oh, I don't remember why I said no.
Yeah. One hand, it's a nice game to play with friends, I'd say, because it's just one of those games where you can just sit in, have like, let's see, have like 3 other people or whatnot, just party up, and then just do whatever the heck, really. Because there's too much content in the game that feasibly most people are never going to get through it.
Yeah. And you don't do... What's AF weapons? AFF?
Affinity. So that's your critical rate, essentially.
Yeah.
So yeah, weapons will have inbuilt affinity that ends up giving you X amount of critical rate, and anytime you do a critical, it's 125% of the damage, blah blah blah. Terrible amounts of Monster Hunter math, of which most people should never have to delve into, honestly. Because the game used to be one of those where you just didn't care about maths, pretty much.
Yeah.
It was, you slap a monster, if it died eventually, yay. But since Monster Hunter World, they put in the damage numbers, and yeah, everyone just got really, really focused on the numbers.
Oh.
But yeah, if I'm to ask another question, just straight out of, say, curveballs, then... when it comes to streaming, do you find there needs to be some base knowledge about the game that you are streaming? Or do you find that it's perfectly fine to go in blind?
As a person that is playing old school RuneScape without any guides or any help from chat, I think it's perfectly okay to just jump into something and not know anything about it. I feel like a lot of people like teaching people how to do things.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I feel like it's almost funny sometimes seeing someone like not know shortcuts or something and then do something constantly and then be told how to do it once and then be like, I've been doing this wrong for so many years.
Just that moment of, oh, my life has been a lie.
Exactly. And I feel like a lot of people enjoy seeing that too.
Because yeah, games often, when they stop holding your hand and stop teaching you stuff, it often becomes, oh, I think this is how you do it. This is probably not how you're supposed to do this.
Yeah, no, not at all. Like Final Fantasy, you're just like, the MMO, you're just like, all abilities, and you're like, wait, I'm supposed to be doing a combo?
Yeah, Final Fantasy is very hands-off with teaching you how to play your class. It's just a case of, oh, yeah, there is a proper rotation you're meant to be doing, but, what's a rotation?
Exactly. Like, you gotta look up guides on how to do it, and even then, some guides are differing, and, like, the guides are, like, 2 hours long, and you're like, ah!
I think the most horrifying guide I've ever come across for an MMO was one for Phantasy Star Online 2. There was a single class called Bow Braver, and one guy had written a 200-page guide on the damn thing.
Holy shit.
Sure, it teaches you a lot about the game itself as well within the guide, but holy hell was that just...
My fish brain would fall asleep after page 10.
Myself, it was just a thing like, oh, I may as well read a couple more pages of this thing later, and I eventually got through the lot, and was just like, oh man. Man, I learned way too much about this game, which is about to cycle out of existence, but god damn it.
That's the worst. When games cycle out.
Because, yeah, for PSO2, they're releasing the new version of it soon, and you can import some of your characters' stats, gear, or not necessarily stats, but appearance and certain bits of your gear and whatnot. But everything's reset to 0, and the gameplay is entirely different, so... What did I learn all this for? But yeah, in that regard, do you care too much about people which backseat your games, or not necessarily?
It depends on the game. Like with Monster Hunter, I really don't mind because there's so many little details that like I'll miss. But with specific games, like I'll specifically ask people not to give me like help. I typically don't like help. Like for like a good example is RuneScape. Also RuneScape, like I play without guides, and like I have a specific thing that pops up when I'm streaming RuneScape that specifically says like, I don't want guides, don't help me.
Yeah, because optimizing RuneScape is very depressing, is what I will say. It's a case of you'll sit there whacking a cow for about 12 hours a day until you hit certain breakpoints, and then you stop whacking the cows.
Hmm. I don't like when people like backseat like missions or like quests.
Oh yeah, the questing in RuneScape is actually very, very. I was want to say it's very unique. So it's
Hmm.
very sad if you backseat that stuff. I will say.
Yeah, that's I'm kind of trying to play that game as if I was playing it when I was like 8. Because back then, like there were no guides, no one ever like could really help you, unless like it was
Hmm.
your friend that had already done it.
Yep, pretty much.
So I just like to treat it as if I was 8 and this was the first time I'm playing it. It feels more fun that way. I've never really liked guides for any game.
Fair enough. Because yeah, RuneScape there's
Horizon 3
still
tick fishing.
free tick fishing. Hold up. Ha.
Mm.
What did he mean by this?
RuneScape. It's RuneScape.
Free tick
Boom.
fishing. I thought you only clicked on the fishing spot.
No, there's specific like fishing things
Wait, oh
like
no,
later on.
don't tell me. Oh god.
Run, escape.
Wait, free tick fishing. God. Wow.
What do you get? Carpal tunnel? 3-tick flip. Blech. Fish brain. I went bleh. 3-tick fish.
Wow, record speed.
Record speed.
But yeah, I will say questing in RuneScape is very unique in the sense that it's, for the most part, doesn't hold your hand. It just tells you...
It doesn't.
It gives you the context, it tells you about certain locations, and then you will need to look up the locations yourself, find out the specifics yourself and whatnot, and then finally push things along accordingly. Because a lot of
And then
other
sometimes they
games,
won't even give you the location and you gotta figure it out and you're like, where do I go?
yeah, it's a very old style of questing back in, say, Ultima Online, pretty much, so very old school stuff. And yeah, it's a lot more engaging than just being given a quest marker, then yeah, here's your next quest marker, etc. It's the reason why for, yeah, best money maker in OSRS, GF, 5,000 gold.
Jeez. He's not wrong though.
Oh, he really ain't.
Everyone falls for it. At least once in their life.
Oh, Christ.
I gotta do a stream where I just
You just
post
fish?
looking for I just go looking for GF 5,000 gold and see how many people are like I could be your GF.
Okay, so let's see. You mentioned that you do stream a lot of games. Is there any other content that you're more partial to, or not really?
Not really. I mean, I like most games. The only games I will not play are like sports games, like
Sports, okay. Fair.
like FIFA or like
Yeah,
like Madden.
the annual kind of sports games. Okay.
Yeah. Like I'll play like if I'm at someone's house like drinking a beer and they're like playing FIFA and they're like, "You want to play with me?" Like I'll say sure. But like I'm not going to go buy the game and play it myself,
It's a yearly release as well.
Yeah, I know. Can you imagine?
That thing is just, oh man. I couldn't imagine myself playing one of those annual games either. It's just...
Content make Gremlin hours.
Kremlin hours.
Wait,
yeah.
Boomy, what would you want to follow me for?
I think that was in reference to the RuneScape stuff. Or at least the...
What, me giving people $5,000 asking for a girlfriend? I can't ask for a girlfriend for $5,000 on RuneScape? That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying me be GF. I said I buy GF. No, I buy them. I'm not it. No.
Oh.
I give them the money. How is that bad?
Oh, so you'd be going around falling for the bait, not the other way around.
Yeah, exactly.
Falling for the bait, not being the bait. Oh no.
No, both of them fall under this. But it's so funny. Just getting scammed. Take my money.
Wow. Alright, let's see. Let's throw in an audience question or two here. So,
I sent you a couple.
Yeah, there was a set of them that you sent me. Alright, yeah, sure. What's the weirdest thing you've experienced while streaming?
Weirdest?
You've got 5 years to pick from, by all means. Let's hear it.
Okay, I guess the question is weirdest in terms of a viewer asking me something in the game that I'm playing, or like, is it like something that happens in real life?
Let's see. Alright, specifically while you were streaming, anything that stands out to you then?
I guess the fucking weirdest thing is like people asking for like feet pics and DMs like randomly.
Hey?
Yeah.
Fate pics.
Like people like legit would like I would be streaming and then I'd get a random DM on Twitch. I'd be like, and I'd look and they'd be like, yo, let me see your feet. I give money and I'm like, this isn't, sir, this isn't this kind. No, it's not that kind of stream. I'm sorry.
It's not that kind of stream. Oh dear, because I noticed in the in your Twitch bio near the bottom or in the about section, whatever, among your panels, there's one link which just points to an OnlyFans. I'm just like, huh? Excuse me?
Did you click on it? Did you click on it?
I did click on it for the sake of it. I was like, I see.
Yeah. Sir, this is a Wendy's, exactly. Just be picked. Damn, I need to sell up my game. God damn it. Elbows work too. God damn it.
Interesting community you've got, but hey. I'll lead into one of the other ones that you sent me, which was how do you feel about streaming, considering most other female streamers and how popular they are on the platform because of the fan servicey stuff they do?
It's kind of weird. I don't. Okay, so I kind of went into it a little bit on my Discord with the guys because like that question kind of like it's such like a double-sided question.
Yeah.
Because if
really
you say
is.
you don't support them, then you can be considered like sexist or like against sex work.
Yeah.
Which I'm not. I'm not at all.
Fair enough.
What I don't like is the standard that it sets.
Fair enough.
So like with the like streamers of that sort of aspect, their audience is expecting some sort of sexual relief, I guess, from them is a weird way to say it, but like most of those people have like their own separate like OnlyFans and stuff, which it kind of sets it to where all girls kind of do it since that's what's popular, you know?
Oh Christ. Okay.
That's what a lot of people getting, like a lot of girls getting into streaming, that's what they think they have to do to get into streaming. So it sets a standard where if you want to start streaming, you got to show your cleavage, which is like,
yeah,
like that's not right at all.
Yeah,
exactly. Like if someone's not comfortable with that and they want to stream, and they're not getting views, they're gonna be like, "Oh, it's because I'm not doing this."
I suppose that's where the VTubing side of things does help out to an extent.
Exactly. Which, not to really get into, but a lot of other VTubers kind of also fall into, to me, I think that same sort of aspect. With getting very, I'm gonna just say voluptuous characters, or like risque characters. I think they
fair.
kind of fall on the same line.
All right.
Because they know what they're doing. But at the same time, like, I don't really, especially with like VTubers, like I don't really care, you know.
Alright, fair enough.
Like I don't care about like showing yourself. It's more when people are like disingenuous and like mean, like the streamers themselves, if that makes sense. Like
Okay.
when they just see their community as money and not people.
Ah, okay.
That's when it gets me upset. Like those other, I don't want to know what her name is or who she is, but that one person that was like, "How dare you not give me $5 measly? Like, why are you in my stream?"
Oh,
And it's like,
the really entitled. Yeah.
yeah,
Man,
it just breeds a lot of, "Look at me. If you're looking at me, you should be giving me money." And it's like, it's just uncomfy, and I don't like that. I don't like people being disingenuous with like streaming in general. Like, yes, it's a job. Yes, this is how you make your living. But if you don't even care about the people behind the screen that are supporting you, I don't think you should be where you are.
So it comes back
Personally.
to building a fan base and building a proper community.
Yeah. I guess I have a very weird way of thinking of a community.
Nah, not necessarily. It is still just a community. It's not at the point of, say, creating a society, which is something very different indeed.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, personally, to fully answer the question, personally, I don't care that they're doing it. I just wish that it was more of a thing where, like, the nicer ones were the ones that became popular, if that makes sense. Because a lot of the ones that are really popular are kind of just mean to, like, their audience. Like,
I guess, yeah.
as long as you're nice to people, I think it's fine. Because they're just selling a product and they're making money off of it, and I have no problem with it.
Alright, in which case, let's see. What are your favorite kinds of streams? So what would you find yourself personally tuning into?
Not gonna lie, streams like yours where I could just like chill and have in the background. Those are kind of my favorite, where you could just kind of like hop in and out of and not be like, "What's going on, huh?" Like you could kind of just like have it on in the background and kind of just like be doing other different things like work or like playing games.
Fair enough, I guess. Because yeah,
but then again, I do like some like super interactive ones too. But I do typically prefer like the chill. But if it's like a really crazy or funny streamer, like sometimes I like those too.
Myself, I normally just brand myself on like really low energy or just not that much hype usually. So it's just yeah. If you come in, it's just chill. I'm pretty much just going about what I would be doing anyway, essentially, most of the time.
That's pretty much my streams. That's what I enjoy, and that's what I want my streams to be. Just what I'm doing normally, enjoying myself and enjoying my time with friends.
Because I do notice you do stream for quite a lengthy amount of time usually.
Yeah. I've just always done that. Like all my streams have always been like super long, like 12 hours or my typical kind of stream.
Really? So it's always been endurance streaming in your case. Huh.
Yeah, it's really funny because I was actually talking about this. I don't consider it endurance streaming. Because to me, it's just a normal stream.
I see.
Endurance streaming to me is like, I'm going to try a 24-hour.
Oh boy. Have you done a 24-hour?
I did a 24-hour once. It was when I got this job that I have now. I went from working night shift to working day shift. And I did a 24-hour stream to kind of flip-flop my schedule.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, that
literally,
makes sense.
It was awful. I was up for like 36 hours.
Oh,
I was up for 36. I didn't stream for 36, but I was awake for 36.
See.
I literally was so tired. Do you know what Cuban coffee is?
Cuban coffee? Not necessarily. Do elaborate.
So it's just like the strong. Think of like the strongest espresso shot you could ever have. It's just pitch black. Literally, just tastes like dirt. It doesn't really taste good.
Oh,
I
God.
made Cuban coffee.
Cuban coffee.
That was
Oh,
just
man.
like a sludge.
Oh.
I'm not even kidding. It was a sludge. I was like, I just need all of this right now. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever had in my life. I almost threw up, and thank God I didn't. Like
Man.
midstream, I would have cried. Imagine throwing up on your 24-hour stream.
Oh,
Um,
heck. Alright. And you
but
just... Damn. Alright.
I just at like it was like hour 16. I was like, I need this. It was like hour 24 of being awake, and I was just like, I was like eating it with a spoon. It was so gross.
Oh, Christ. Because, yeah,
But it kept me out.
the last guy I interviewed also had roughly the same opinion about endurance streams. It was just like, what? You call that endurance? That's a normal stream. I'm like, oh, man.
Mhm.
Oh, man. How did people manage to keep up with 8 to 12 hour streams is still beyond me at times. But, hey, if you can pull it off, all the more power to you. Because then you cross multiple time zones as well.
Mhm. I don't even do it for that purpose. I just do it because that's when I'm straight, like when I'm awake.
Start to finish, eh? Alright.
Yeah. Having a 24-hour stream, yeah, that's actually rough here. 20 hours. You're just trying to take people while you just want to sleep. Yeah, that's the hardest part about doing the 24-hour streams is staying entertaining without just being like, I'm falling asleep, guys. How do I stay awake?
Oh, Christ. At
And you're
that
like,
point,
help.
yeah. At that point, I think I'd just drag people into the call and just be like, hey, keep me awake somehow.
Pretty much. That's pretty much what I did. But
Oh, man.
even then, like, it's so hard sometimes just not, you know, falling asleep when you're awake for that long. The slow descent of sleepless madness is pretty entertaining itself, yeah.
Slow
And
descent.
then when you start just babbling to yourself at that like 20-hour mark, and people are like, "Are you okay?" And you're like, "No, I need sleep."
Alright, let's shift on to another seeded question in which case. So, what kind of audience do you think you appeal to?
I actually don't know. Mix a drink.
Eh.
You gotta repeat.
At the current hour that it is, and with a couple of circumstances I got to deal with, yeah, I will just be mixing cordial.
Lewd dummies, Hector. Honestly, yeah. I think I attract a lot of sweethearts.
Fair enough.
People who just want to hang out with people. Which is exactly what I'm trying to get. I'm the lewd part of the wholesome circle.
Oh dear.
He does make it chaotic.
Okay, so that kind of Alright, in which case
What,
I will
sweethearts? Have you met us? You guys are sweet. Stop lying. She's calling you sweetheart. Yeah, everyone, they're all okay. They like to pretend they're like hard asses and like they're not. They're just teddy bears.
Oh, there's the tech priest calling out about heresy. Oh my. Of course it's the tech priest.
You feel offended with that word? Hector, you are a teddy bear. Don't you forget the bear I drew for you?
Oh my.
Oh, I don't think you were there for that. He's always had like a his profile picture has always been like a bear in bondage.
Oh Christ.
I recently like drew one for him and he changed that to his profile picture.
Oh my.
So technically you're a teddy bear, Hector.
Alright, in which case I'll ask the kind of reverse question. What kind of audience would you like to appeal to, then?
I mean, I like the I like my boys. I like the way they are. I don't know. I like sweet people. People who are genuine and like care for others, you know? Like that like to help.
Alright, fair enough.
Like that's why I think I mentioned it earlier, but like my ranty rants thing, like that's there for people who are having like bad days that like need someone to talk to, and you know, granted, at the end of the day, I'm not a professional therapist. I can't help you 100% if you're having like a really bad day, but I can at least bring some light and let you know you aren't alone. I like the people that are like that are always willing to help. She likes people to bully her. No, I don't. No. I shot Coke all over myself.
Oh yeah.
Or you guys call it? Do you guys call it pop or soda?
Hey, we just call it Coke.
Oh, okay. It's different everywhere.
Like for Aussies, it's either Coke or soft drink usually. Rather than saying soda. I don't know. Soda feels very American. I think it is.
I've never called it soda. Well, like not never, but like typically I just say Coke too.
It's fairly universal stuff, anyhow. I will say. But on that kind of subject, then recommend a drink. Any drink at all.
Recommend a drink. Any drink at all. Alcoholic or just
all up to you.
My favorite is cherry Dr. Pepper.
Oh, okay. This is somewhat taste then.
Yes. I love cherry.
Yep. Any opportunity I get, I will pick up a Dr. Pepper. It is unfortunately pretty rare down here, though.
Is it? No.
Yeah, down under, you have to actually import it, pretty much.
That's so sad. Have you ever had a cherry Dr. Pepper?
Yeah, of course. There are certain places which will just stock like a whole bunch of American drinks, and you can go there and grab whatever from that kind of range, but usually you will only end up with the typical Coca-Cola Amatil selection.
That's crazy to think of. Like everything's just so available here. Other than there was a Dr. Pepper shortage a little bit ago, but it's good now.
Huh. Because in terms of soft drink, normally you can pick up one for like $1 or $2 here, just a single can. If you wanted a Dr. Pepper though, you are potentially paying like $4.
What? That's insane. That's so sad. I would cry. Oh no, that's so sad.
It's just import cost. It's not as bad as alcohol though. Alcohol you're paying double.
Really?
Yep, complete double. So for instance, let's say a friend of mine recommended picking up some Roku Gin the other day. Just yesterday actually, so I was like, oh, okay, how much could that possibly be? He was like, oh, it's only like 25 or so American or US, and then when I looked at Aussie retails, it was flat 55. I was like, ah, shit, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's expensive. I like retails here, like wholesale. Like I go to Costco and I get like a huge ass bottle of vodka for like $11, and I'm like, yes.
Oh wow, it's really cheap.
Yeah.
Even the cheapest vodka we've got is at least $25.
Oh my goodness.
And that's just for like, I don't know, Smirnoffs or Grey Goose, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
Grey Goose here is typically like $50 a bottle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you were to recommend something alcoholic, maybe a cocktail or something, if you've got anything in mind.
So, if you want a shot, an Irish breakfast is great.
Irish
it
breakfast?
Just tastes like breakfast.
Oh.
Yeah. Ever had it?
That one's an interesting one, I will say. It's
It's so
really
good.
weird.
It is weird. You get maple syrup taste and orange juice, and you feel like you've just had breakfast, but you're getting trashed. And then I guess for like a normal drink that you can buy, probably like I typically like pina coladas or like margaritas. I love like frozen margaritas; they're so good. Just anything frozen.
Okay.
Anything frozen. Just give me anything frozen that's like a
Anything
slushy that I
that's
could
really
slurp up.
chill. Okay.
Yeah, I really like cold drinks.
Because yeah, personally, I mainly just go for more classic stuff, I suppose, because it's just fun to explore what the heck people come up with, or what they've come up with in the past. For instance, there's a drink called The Last Word. It's a pretty simple one, which is like, it's like rum, gin, maraschino liquor, and I think one other ingredient all mixed in equal parts. And essentially,
That's strong.
yeah, it is pretty strong, but it is a very easy way to wake up. It's a sour drink. The thing is, depending on what people decide to mix it with, you can get some very wildly different results.
Huh.
Essentially, since it's a drink to cap off your night, so just end your night, as per the name, Last Word, it's meant to be one that will wake you up, pretty sour stuff, and made with relatively cheap ingredients, all things considered. However, the one place I went to decided to pick the most expensive gin they had on the shelf.
Oh no.
And the result was, oh god, why?
Did it not taste good?
How does one explain? It was a case of... Okay, have you ever smelt fertilizer before?
Yes, I hate it.
Have you ever tried biting into fertilizer before?
No,
That was
not
the
at all.
exact taste I had.
Blech.
I was like...
Like the smell.
Yeah, the smell and the taste was like fertilizer. I'm just like, wait, this is not what a last word should be like. What's going on?
No.
I mean, it did its purpose. It woke me up. Of course it woke me up, but it was a very, really sharp and really almost earthy taste for some reason.
Ew. Are you sure they didn't put coffee grounds in it or something?
Pretty sure. That there was a cherry floating in it as well. I'm just like, man.
Hopefully, I don't know. Oh.
That one really caught me off guard. I was just like, oh god.
Yeah. I do like sour drinks though. Like,
Sours are nice to have.
I really like beer too though. Like, I'm a really
beer?
big beer drinker.
I can't handle my beer at all.
You don't like it? You prefer like actual mixed drinks?
Yeah, I much prefer mixed drinks. They go down a lot easier, and for the volume that you drink, it's a lot more alcohol in comparison to yeah.
To like a beer, yeah. No, I agree.
Because yeah, beer fills you up, and it's like man.
If I'm just like chilling and hanging out, I like a beer. But if I want to get drunk, like I'll have like a cocktail or something like that.
For me, it's just the opposite, really. If I want to get drunk, then it's beer. If it's just something to sip at, then I'll usually just have a cocktail.
I have a problem with drinking though. Like, if there's something in front of me, I'm just gonna chug it.
Oh my.
So like, that's why I feel like for me the mixed drinks are always like, if I want to get trash, that's what I'll drink. if you put it in front of me, I'm just gonna go and just drink it all. I have a problem with drinking. I do it, god damn it.
You have been quoted now. How often do you find yourself drinking anyhow?
Typically, okay. So I used to have, I can't do it anymore because I work Fridays, but literally I had, when I was an IRL streamer, I literally did fucked up Fridays.
Oh god. Okay.
Every single Friday I was just shit-faced. Typically, now it's on Saturdays. Typically it's like every other week I'll drink.
Oh, okay.
So it's not too bad. Sometimes I do drink like every week on Saturdays. They're my shit face Saturdays, but
Close enough.
yeah,
Same alliteration. Yep.
yeah,
Different. Same feeling. Yeah.
yeah. But I I typically drink like every other week, and it's really funny. I actually have on those days my hydrates are all alcohol instead of water. So.
Oi, oi, oi. I'm pretty sure that one's against Twitch TOS, but anyway.
I don't think it is.
Because I think it was that when it comes to your redeems, you're not allowed to have one which forces the streamer to drink alcohol specifically. It's just that if you hint towards it, I think it's fine. But if it's something direct like drink alcohol or whatever, then yeah. Typically speaking, I think Twitch hates it.
I think they do it more for like money instead of for points. I don't know.
No, I think there's specific mention for both, but yeah.
I need to investigate it more.
Yeah, it's why I'm quite careful with the redeems that I've got. The one that specifically says mix a drink, yes, depending on the time of day. It won't always be guaranteed that I drink alcohol, so it's a loose sidestep, I suppose.
Yeah. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Twitch has not very good outlined things that it allows and doesn't allow. Because I feel like there's like a bunch of like more popular Twitch streamers that'll do like shots for like charity and stuff, and like Twitch is fine with it.
Yeah, Twitch terms of service just reads really weirdly. Like, have you ever run into any particular problems? Or?
No, I personally haven't had any issues with it, thankfully. That I'm aware of, I've never like gotten any like strikes or anything, or been banned. Never been banned or anything.
Because yeah, one of the ones that people usually end up not realizing is you are not allowed to read erotica on stream of any kind.
Yeah.
That one catches a lot of people off because it's like, oh wait, you're not allowed to read it, or you're not allowed to go into that kind of stuff. And it's like, wait, but then why is everything else allowed?
Yeah. It's just really weird. I feel like with Twitch, like you have to be reported for it.
Yeah, generally speaking, you won't figure out the problem until it's too late.
Until it happens. Yeah. That's the biggest problem with Twitch, I think. Like they don't tell you until it's too late.
Let's see. In that regard, how do you feel about like having a BGM then specifically? Because by copyright law, you are actually not allowed to grab any music at all unless you have the rights to it.
I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Like, I really wish Twitch would just like get like a partnership with like music labels where specific music would be allowed to be streamed. Like they make enough money to get a contract where it promotes the music. Like it's so easy for them to make a platform where like streamers can still enjoy their stream and play music, and the companies can still make money for it.
Pretty much, you know. Because then
and they won't do that because they don't want to give money to anyone else. They want to keep it all for themselves.
Yeah, it's kind of like an extension of Spotify, I suppose. At that
exactly.
point,
it would be like you pay for an extra like subscription through Twitch to be able to play specific music, and then like it would be like a plugin through like like Streamlabs where it would show like the song that's playing and promote it.
Yeah. At that point, it just becomes very annoying for record labels. That is what I'd say, because then it's individual artists needing to give the okay to both the written rights and mechanical rights, etc. There's too much red tape in the way, unfortunately.
Well, I feel like if it would be like an extension of Spotify, though. Like you would just do a partnership through that specific like streaming service. Like you would have your own streaming service for it that you would use.
Yeah, pretty much. It helps deal with all of those troublesome kind of just copyrights and whatnot, because realistically speaking, you aren't selling the music.
Yeah, no, you're not. Not at all.
Yeah, so just having that kind of service should be fine, because it's just an extension of people listening in.
Yeah, I think it makes me really upset because, like, it doesn't make sense to me logically that you can't play something like music, because, like, that's like saying, like, they are gonna sue every DJ that's ever made music ever at, like, parties. Or, like, anyone that ever plays any music at parties, like, you can't do this because it's our music. Like, what if I bought the CD? I technically now own partial rights to the CD and I could play it. You know?
Yeah, it comes down to mechanical rights and written rights, composition, blah blah blah. It's really annoying stuff and a massive pain to learn about, I will tell you.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it is the case of how many of these people are they willing to go out of their way and persecute.
Exactly. I feel like if the record labels really wanted money, though, they would create their own streaming service that people would sign up for and use.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not quite that easy, but yeah, if they really wanted to push for it, then it could be possible.
Yeah. Because, I mean, there's plenty of ways that they could go about it through, like, iTunes or whatever.
Yeah. Like, for myself, it's the case of whatever music I have on stream is unfortunately a lot of sidestepping. rather than going through the proper legal channels for things. Because, so what we're hearing right now in the background is Toho jazz music, essentially. And it's by a certain group but in the name of Swingholic. This slot's the only reason I'm probably able to get away with just having it in the background is, one, they don't bother licensing their music over to a particular record label because they are just more on the Dojin side of stuff and will just release their CDs, and anyone who picks them up has them. Anyone who doesn't, well, bad luck at that point. Second, they don't expect to really make any additional money off of streams and having extra revenue in that degree of stuff, because they expect their music to only be really in that physical edition. And that's it. In which case, they just really don't pursue any kind of legal action against anyone who does use their music on a stream or whatnot, because it is more effort than it's worth for them specifically. So it is that kind of weird sidestep that a lot of people can take. If the musician just doesn't care to begin with, then logically you have rights to play it. It is only when the record company itself or the production company decides that, oh, yeah, no, we don't like you doing that, then because it's roughly the same reason why. Okay, so how music is licensed out is they have mechanical rights and they have the composition rights. The composition rights is typically owned by whoever originally wrote the song. So a case of, oh, if, let's see, let's take an out there example. Say if Taylor Swift wrote a song herself, she would have the composition rights and would be credited as a writer specifically. That gives her full rights to the music itself and how it's sung, played, etc. Or what makes up the song, essentially. In comparison...
Like the lyrics and stuff? Or...
Yeah, the lyrics, the specific...
Like music.
The lyrics, the chords, that kind of stuff. Well, lyrics, chords, melody, all that jazz. However, she would not be privy to the mechanical rights of the thing. This belongs to the record company or whoever more or less produced the music. So there are different rights for the original music and the recording of the music, which is then what makes this licensing affair so bloody annoying. Because a lot of companies can afford to pay for the composition. However, not everyone can pay for the specific mechanical version. So, for instance, let's see. Let's say Taylor Swift had the composition rights to, say, Blank Space or whatever, but didn't necessarily have the mechanical rights to it. She could give out the composition rights to whoever wanted it, and they would then be able to record their own cover of the song.
Okay.
However, she would not be able to give out the mechanical rights, of which is the recording and that final mastered version of the song that went to CD. So, if you were somehow to be able to get in contact, you could say, oh, I want to cover this song, can you give me clearance? Potentially she could. But you would need to make the instrumental yourself, and you would need to sing it yourself. For mechanical rights, you would be asking for the recording.
All covers of any songs, you need permission from the writer.
Yep. Pretty much, when it comes to making a cover, you should be getting clearance. If you don't get clearance, you are logically doing an illegal cover.
So then, like, most covers on YouTube are 100% illegal.
Yeah, most covers on YouTube are 100% illegal. The main community that sidesteps this kind of stuff, though, is Vocaloid, or the Vocaloid community, mainly because it is heavily encouraged that you actually cover songs.
Yeah.
It was the whole marketing push behind their campaign that, oh, you create a song, you push it out to the community. The community should then have the rights to sing it, should have the rights to do dance covers, should have the rights to do any kind of transformative work, and you should be accommodating to that kind of thing. That, I think, was logically part of the terms of service for Vocaloid, but yeah, they pushed it out that way because they wanted to start more of a community-focused movement rather than strictly to record labels. But in the end, record labels picked up a lot of stuff anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. Which is pretty crazy.
Because, yeah, a lot of early Vocaloid stuff, if you do go ahead and check the producer's original upload, you will also notice a link to either Peer Pro or some Dropbox or something like that, of which has the original instrumental inside. And they will encourage you to go ahead and cover, by all means.
That's cool. I never noticed that.
Because, let's see, big names, say Yeonju Mitapi or Mikotopi, both those guys, they still to this day leave some of their instrumentals in particular songs. Because they just want people to cover them. It's just like, oh, yeah, you want to cover this? By all means, you have all the rights to.
I actually didn't know that at all. That's actually really interesting.
I think the particular one, which is probably by far the most interesting, is when it comes to Toho music, so what we're hearing in the background. Zun has a policy, a very simple policy, which is just, oh, if you make a cover or a remix or whatever, you own the whole thing. He just doesn't care.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah. So
that's interesting.
So all of these songs by Swingholic playing in the background, they logically own the entire product.
Wow.
So, yeah, they don't really have to credit him at all, per se. It's just, yeah,
That's kind of weird.
It's the nature of Toho music. That's just how it is. You own the music once you've made it. As long as it's not something that's directly defacing his brand, then he doesn't care.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, guys
Honestly.
really chill about it. And he makes all the music himself as well and doesn't bother selling it, so it's like, yeah, it's kind of crazy.
That takes a lot of dedication and, like, not having greed.
Let's see, could you ever find yourself covering a song?
Yeah. I'm actually in the works of doing something right now.
At the very least, at the very least, I'll ask English or Japanese.
Nihongo, Japanese.
Nihongo? Okay. Alright, there was that one question that I was going to ask you when it came to being multilingual. Do you ever find it being an advantage being able to speak multiple languages when on stream? Or do you find it as more of like a novelty that occasionally pops up into relevance?
I'd say it's more of a novelty. Because like some people are like, "Oh, cool, you speak Spanish," you know. Good night, Techie. But some people are just like, "Oh, cool, you speak Spanish." There are a few people that juice up in that are only speak Spanish, probably like 2 or 3. So I guess technically in the long run, if I keep streaming, technically since I speak Spanish, I'll be able to gain more over time with the way statistics works. But like, it's more of like a novelty. I do plan on eventually doing like Spanish only streams like occasionally.
Oh.
Or like once I get a little more confident with my Japanese, I do plan on having like Japanese only streams.
Oh, how well can you handle your Japanese?
Not very good. I could read it. So my biggest thing is I could read it, but I can't formulate a sentence back without writing it down.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So like the cogs in my brain need to start rolling a little bit before I can respond.
Oh, so you've gotten past the point of kanji, or are you at the kanji wall?
A kanji is just so difficult. I hate kanji so much. Like I could read a decent amount of kanji, when they're on their own. Once they're like multiple kanji together, then it gets a lot more difficult.
Yeah, combination kanji tends to be troublesome.
Yeah, it's just because it can mean so many different things.
Because yeah, then you realize those 2,000 unique symbols or pictograms suddenly become, yes, a lot more than 2,000.
It's really funny because like a lot of Japanese people don't even know all the kanji either.
There's only
the
set of useful
learning,
ones.
They will literally tell you, they'll literally tell you like, yeah, you don't need to know all the kanji. Shimasu, that's all I know. Wait, Nihongo. Wait, is that even Nihongo? No, that's not.
No, it ain't Nihongo.
That. Which one is that? Fuck. God, I can't even. It's so small on my screen.
Yeah, it is very small actually. I can't tell how many strokes that is supposed to be.
I'm like zooming in. I'm like zooming in with my eyes and I can't do it.
Let's see, what does that read as?
It doesn't even like translate it. Hold on. Josei? Wait.
That's apparently what it reads as.
26 katakana.
Chosei shimasu.
Huh.
Man. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense as a combination. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to kanji, at best I can read like 200, and then that's not accounting for a whole bunch of random combinations, which are just like hell.
Yeah, I can't do the I can't do that many. Well,
at this point,
I guess it's probably around that point now where it is 200, because I'm on the second book and it's like 10 chapters per each book.
Oh,
and there's like 12 kanji per chapter. So
fair enough.
I guess I probably am around that point too. I didn't think about it that way.
Chosei shimasu. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, when it comes to Japanese, I pretty much am at the point where I can listen to it okay and then sing it okay, and that's about it. Just two very, very specialized things where it's like, oh, yeah, I can listen and I can sing. That's about it.
Yeah, pretty much. Like when I'm like watching anime and stuff, like I can listen and mostly understand what they're saying unless they use like a complicated word that I'm not used to. Which is really funny because people like I'll watch anime with people and like I'll like be listening while doing something else and they're like, "Are you watching?" I'm like, "Yeah, they just said this," and they're like, "Huh? How'd you know that?" I'm like, "Because I'm listening."
Yeah, I get
and
that sometimes
it's really funny also like seeing the bad subtitles.
Oh, yeah, some of them are just god awful.
I know, like, sometimes you're just like, that's not even remotely close to what they said, but okay.
It's like you get a hi, and then you get an entire sentence in return. It's like, huh?
Mhm.
What's going on here?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Roughly, you'll adjust.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, yeah. I just feel like I need to get. I'm one of those people that learns when I get thrown into it. I feel like if I just get thrown into Japan for like a month, I'll probably be okay.
I think at that point it becomes more a case of sink or swim.
Exactly. I feel like I learn a little bit better when it comes to like learning languages that way. I learned so I'm Cuban, and I've spoken Spanish pretty much my whole life, but very broken Spanish.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
but when I went and started working retail, um, I had a lot of customers, like foreign customers, that mostly only spoke Spanish whenever they would come to the Best Buy that I worked at.
Oh, damn.
So like I had to know. I had to know what they were asking about, or else I would be like, "What do I do?" So it was one of those
Yeah.
things like you kind of learn on the spot and you get better at it when you
Alright.
are kind of just thrown into it. At least I do.
Fair enough.
I don't do well with like test learning.
Oh, yeah. Institution-based education is a bit rough, I will say.
Yeah, I
Because
don't. I don't really learn well that way.
yeah, you only get one shot. Alright, see you,
Can I?
tech priest.
Not gonna lie, I failed. I failed Japanese too.
Oh, I did as
So
well.
yeah, passed Japanese one, and then the second class was no longer with the same teacher. So I had
Oh,
to
yeah.
learn Japanese in a different way that a different teacher was teaching, and I did
Yeah.
not learn well doing it. It was
For
very, very difficult.
myself, it was a case of the first round was taught by someone who treated everyone like university students. Then the second round was taught by someone which treated everyone like kindergarteners.
Oh my god.
So everything was really awkward and not much was actually learnt.
Mm.
And yeah, a good chunk of the people in that class did fail, and I was one of them as well.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know, when it comes to languages, for instance, the other language I know is just Vietnamese, and that one is a case of I've just had people speak it to me way too often for me to not be able to learn it.
That's kind of like how Spanish is.
Yeah, the only thing is my Vietnamese listening is extremely good. My Vietnamese speaking and writing is absolute garbage.
Yeah, I mean it's a different
Mm-hmm.
it's different hand strokes and everything.
Yeah, it's to the point where, let's see, parents will tell some random dirty joke in Vietnamese and expect myself and my brother to not understand it whatsoever. Me? Oh no, I got the entire implication behind that. Oh, whoops.
Oh no. Oh no.
Because there's a very simple saying in Vietnamese of which I would not be able to say for the life of me, but it simply went along the lines of, let's say, your husband is sick of rice, he wants pho instead.
Mm-hmm.
That simply translates or implies that your husband is sick of your wife, he wants to have an affair.
Oh no.
And
Oh
when I heard
no.
that, I was like, wait, hold up, wait, huh?
Oh no. That one's not a good one to listen into.
That one was just
That's
funny.
when you
Just
put your blinders on, you're like, oh no, I didn't hear anything.
they were completely screwing with each other, but nonetheless, it was just funny to hear. It was like, God damn it, why do you have to say that specific one?
That's really funny. There's a lot of stuff like that in Spanish too. Like a lot of like innuendo type things like that,
Ah,
where like you say it one way, but it's completely meant another way. Like it's really hard to translate properly. Like there's a greeting in Spanish. Like I'm not sure if you know this, but there are like 10 different types of Spanish that you can speak.
oh Christ, that many
There's
dialects? Okay.
there's probably more honestly. Like Cuban Spanish is very slang.
Oh, okay.
Um, so like there's a statement which some people in chat will know, which is called "Que hola sere," which is like saying like "Hello, what's up, dude?" Like, or "Hey, how's it going? What's up?" It's just
Alright.
like one of those, like, that's like the best translation for it. But if you do a direct translation, it's literally "What's up, group of flying monkeys?"
Hey.
Yeah. It's just a complete like 100% like what who thought of that being like an endearing hello, like dude, what's up, dude? No, what's up, group of flying monkeys?
I mean, for Aussie stuff, we have a lot of dodgy phrases as well. Mostly because either A, it was convict speak, or B, it was picked up from the locals.
Que vuelta, chamaco.
I don't know. And then Aussies just have a weird habit of shortening stuff and adding weird letters in certain places.
Like Macca's.
Yeah, Macca's. That's the easiest example. Rather than McDonald's, it's just Macca's.
When one of my friends, Missile, he also lives in Australia. He first was like, "I'm gonna get Macca's." I was like, "What's Macca's?" He was like, "Macca's, like McDonald's," and I was like, "Huh?"
Oh, up to you if you answer that question in chat, by the way.
Oh, if I have siblings, I have two siblings, two sisters. One is actually graduating in digital animation in about 2 weeks.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Another one, she's a chef, or she used to be a chef. She has kids now.
I will
So technically,
say,
she's still a chef.
being a chef is one hell of a job, I will say. Because, yeah, my hospitality days were just weird and whack for the most part. It was, how does one say? It was in an Italian joint, flipping pizzas in the air, and...
Were you actually?
Yeah, it was at an Italian joint, flipping pizzas in the air, and it was like that kind of tourist trappy place, essentially.
Oh.
So it'd be, oh, yeah, you're out the front in an open air kitchen, and while you're flipping these pizzas, throwing on the toppings and shoving them in the oven, you have all these Indian or Korean tourists just coming around with cameras and flashing at you. That's just like...
That's so weird.
Yeah, it was a really weird experience, because it's like, oh, in the morning, you're given like 2 whole boxes of fresh mozzarella that you need to chop up. And then you just have like this Indian family or something come up to the table, which is right next to it. And it's like, oh my god, I don't want to speak, I don't want to speak, I don't want to speak. This is really early morning. And then later on during service, it's like, oh, yep, throwing a pizza in the air. Yep, throwing a pizza in the air. Yep, throwing a pizza in the air. God, I hope I don't drop this thing.
Oh. That's just like, I hate when, like, no, I hate when businesses do that to their employees. Where they like kind of like force you to like entertain people when you're just trying to fucking make food. Unless it's like one of those like specific ones that you know is like that and that you apply to, like, you know, those like Japanese like
Yeah.
like those like you actually like get sent to like a school to learn. It's not a school, but it's like a training that you go to learn how to do like the flipping and all that of all the stuff that they do.
Yeah, all the
but like
showmanship.
you know what you're exactly, but you know what you're signing up for when you're getting into that. But when it comes to like just like a normal Italian restaurant, like, and they know that people are gonna be like coming in as a touristy thing, like put up some walls for your people for privacy. Like it's just courtesy.
Because yeah, it was right by the harbor, so it was in one of the most tourist trappy locations possible.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, they definitely knew what they were doing.
They were trying to get people to get in there and start taking pictures because it's novelty, and that when people post pictures, they get more traction.
Man, that was an experience though, because just like, yep. Yeah, they expected some buff Italian guy flipping pizzas. Nah, you got bargain bin uncle over here flipping pizzas for you.
Oh, bargain bin uncle, don't call yourself that. That's so sad.
Hey, I have the most basic sense and fashion possible, so it's just how it is.
That's fair though. I also bargain bin clothes. Like all my clothes is like really cheap, like hand me down or like most of my clothes I've had since like legit 6th grade. So I haven't grown.
I haven't particularly grown too much either, so I do have some stuff from back then as well.
If it's not broken, I can wear it.
Pretty much, yeah. If it is broken, take a needle and a thread to it.
Exactly. Have my sewing machine to my left.
Yeah, sewing was also one of those things I used to do. God.
Sewing is very tedious.
Yep, it definitely is.
You grown as a person. Fair. I'm welcome to see black carton I wear every day. Yeah.
Ghosty.
Pretty much.
Damn it.
Are you an anime protagonist?
Same clothes every time, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Just me, a t-shirt, a t-shirt, some jeans, and some random hoodie I pick out. That's perfectly fine for me. If not, then yeah.
Oh. What?
Oh my.
Oh, he's talking about my Halloween one. I had a Halloween, it's like a gothic type flowy thing.
Oh,
It got
okay.
sucked up by a leaf blower, like an electric leaf blower got sucked up by one.
Hey?
Like into the exhaust fan.
Wait, how the heck?
Okay. Giant bonfire.
Okay.
Alcohol.
Okay.
Halloween night.
I will give you all of those.
Fire not strong enough.
Oh my god.
Devin comes with the leaf blower.
Ah.
To make, because when you put air on fire, it gets stronger.
Yeah.
And spreads more quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Leaf blower on fire.
Ah.
And then I was like, I want to do it. After like having like 3 different mixed drinks.
Ooh.
And it kind of just got sucked up into it, and I was like, no. I literally had to have like I had to wobble away because like it's one of those things where like it's like your clothes, but like I had to literally like walk into the house, into the bathroom while holding the leaf blower to get undressed because the leaf blower is just like stuck on the it's like a flowy dress thing almost.
Oh.
It was very sad. It was like my favorite thing, but now it looks like a zombie thing because it's just a little shredded on the bottom.
Little shredded from a leaf blower. Oh my.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
I don't think I've had that many kinds of accidents with machinery, apart from that one where I almost got a chainsaw dropped on me, but yeah, that's fine.
Oh, that's scary. That one's scary. Thankfully, most chainsaws nowadays, they have like a safety mechanism.
Yeah, they normally have the safety.
You let go of well, normally when you let go of it, the new ones, they put like there's like an automatic cover that like kind of like goes over the blade, and it stops spinning when you get your hand off of the. When you're not touching the go button for it to chop, it doesn't keep spinning. If that makes sense. Back then, it used to just go. But now there's like a switch button that you have to hold down onto for it to continue going.
Another audience question, mainly covering your sneeze.
Those are not all of my sneezes. You guys have not heard my dad sneeze yet. I just haven't had it. Gino's heard it. Sometimes I just go, ah, too. It's not always like, chew. It's not always that. It's just on stream. It's just it's those. You know, like I don't know how to explain it. Like just some days your sneezes take over your whole body and a demon comes out, and then other days it's not that.
Fair enough.
Oh, bless you, Devin. That wasn't me. Yeah, pretty much.
Well.
Full-on demon exorcism, yeah.
Demon exorcism.
Just the power of Christ compels ye.
Oh, right. Yeah. The previous interviewee I had brought up something very interesting that I think I'll probably ask most people from now on. What is your opinion of having kind of stream etiquette towards kind of human things that people need to do?
What do you mean by that?
So say if you are doing a long stream and you decide to eat something on stream, do you think it's proper etiquette to hide the fact that you are chewing, or would you just let the chewing go through?
That chewing goes through. I try to obviously like I'm not gonna like go hard on the mic and like chew into the mic, but like I feel like it's just normal because especially I guess I feel like it'd probably be different if I was like how do you say if I only streamed for like an hour or two, then I probably would wait until I was done streaming.
Okay.
But I feel like since I stream so long, I feel like it's just normal to expect me to eat, Like, I wouldn't expect a streamer to stream for 12 hours and not, like, not expect people to eat. So I feel like it's just a normal part of... Oh no, Twitch, no!
Twitch, why?
Okay, goodbye. But I just feel like it's normal to expect. You might have to like turn Streamlabs off and on again.
Maybe. I'll give it one more shot and see if that works. Yeah, I've got feeling that Streamlabs just went like poof. Okay.
It happens. That happened to me the other day.
God damn it. But yes, Kai, thank you for the raid. I will manage to shout you out properly in 1 second. God damn it.
It says no.
It just says no, yeah.
Not today. I am not an overmouth chewer. My model just... I'm not chewing right now, but it looks like I'm chewing. It's just...
Let's see.
The way my model is rigged does that.
You know what? It's easier if I just manually shout out Kai.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Kai's Uzuru's channel. Let's see, they were having a subathon, I believe. Yes, birthday subathon.
Oh, thank you, Gino.
Yeah, that works well enough. Alright, let's see.
Yeah, to circle back to that question, I just feel like it's normal for... I feel like it's unrealistic to expect someone that streams for a long time to not eat on stream.
Fair enough.
But I definitely understand, like... There is, to me, like, a certain amount of stream etiquette. Like, if I have to blow my nose, I'm not gonna... Like, I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm not gonna let you hear the demonic elephant that's coming out of me, but...
Demonic elephant. Okay. Close enough.
Oh, thank you, Candy. Have a great day.
But man, demonic elephant. That's a new one.
It's true. It sounds like an elephant.
Oh god. Well, one of these days you're gonna miss the mute button and think that you've muted.
Oh no, so it's happened before. Like I have a Blue Yeti. It's not the best mic in the world, but
yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
The mute button on it is not always responsive.
Yeah.
So like I have to click it sometimes like 3 times. And like sometimes when like you really gotta like blow your nose or like like I'll like go to the bathroom or something, like it won't mute and it just keeps like audio playing and I'm like, no. I come back and it's working, I'm like, shit.
Yeah, as it does tend to happen, it's just, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, thankfully I mean, like at the end of the day, like I like to say I have no shame, like it's embarrassing, but like I'm very much of one of those people where I'm like, it's just normal human anatomy and functions and things that we do. I feel like as long as I'm not like doing it straight into the mic on purpose, unless it's like one of those types of streams, like like ASMR eating. Like if I were to do a stream like that, then that's fine. But like you title it, and that's what people expect to be coming to.
Would you ever find yourself trying to do an ASMR stream?
Yeah, I have I have a couple plans to do some ASMR streams. I kind of just need a better mic setup. Because the way that my mic is set up, it kind of blocks my monitors right now. If I like pull it close to my mouth, because it's like up and over a monitor.
Oh.
So it's kind of like hanging above me.
Oh damn.
Almost.
All right.
And if I do the ASMR, it's kind of tough with the tracking. It'll block the tracking of my model.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So it's kind of hard to get into that right angle.
Yeah, getting the right angle for that kind of stuff is rough. I think you can probably do it if you manage to get a good omnidirectional mic, but apart from that, yeah, it's just kind of troublesome.
Yeah, I'd have to like put it on like the floor probably, and like figure something out, or like mount it like from like my desk, maybe.
Like for myself, I just have a boom arm coming from the side with a microphone strapped to it, and I just talk directly into it. Unfortunately, almost at point blank.
Oh, that gets annoying sometimes when you're trying to stream. That's why I have like the over the monitor setup, just because I have 3 monitors, and I feel like if one is covered, it's kind of annoying.
Fair enough.
So I have it like up and over. Like sometimes it'll block like my middle monitor a little bit, like on the top left. But I feel like that's okay because it's like most games, like the top left of your game isn't typically that important.
Yeah, it's usually a mini-map or a timer or something at most.
Yeah. And typically I'll just like lean to the side a little bit and like look at it if I need to.
Let's say for myself, this microphone is pretty much more or less in my face to the point where if I stare at a monitor long enough, it kind of eliminates this microphone from my view. Because like, it's that general feeling of, if you, after a while, you stop being able to consciously see your nose.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, yeah, there are a couple of simple curses you can give people. The first one is you are now manually breathing. The second one is you can now see your nose. Yeah.
I can't see my nose yet.
Damn it. The second one's only a 50-50. Okay. The breathing one works almost 100% of the time, though.
Gino's like, damn it! For me, I have heart issues, so like I always notice when I'm breathing.
Oh, okay.
That sounds awful to say, but like I always notice when I'm breathing, just because I'm always like, is this the day I die? Is this the day where I just stop breathing? Is this the day I die? Boy.
Oh no. That's the third curse. No.
No, you're talking about
that's
no. My teeth feel weird. Stop.
No. Oh no. Please don't.
Okay, drink water. That's what breaks it.
Are you sure? Oh Christ. Man, that yeah, 3 quintessential curses.
My teeth. Yeah, drink water. I drank some Pepsi away. Place the pen choo-choo on you. No.
Man, like those 3 curses specifically are just like, oh no, why? Because they work. There's even if one. Yeah.
Fuck, what was it? I'm trying to remember. There was another one that's like really annoying. It's like something about like you're like noticing your like hands. It was something about like the hands. I don't remember.
Oh god.
Not being able to get like a comfortable position with your hands, like wherever they're sitting. You're now blinking manually.
Oh.
I always blink manually.
Blinking manually, it's not too bad in comparison. It's oh god, I thought about breathing again. Fuck. it had just gone on autopilot, and then I was like, oh no.
No. Unforgivable curses. Can you fucking not? Chino's here like, my teeth. I'm breathing. My nose. My eyes.
Yes, this is the
This is the
Existence is
curse for you.
suffering. Yes, existence is pure suffering. It is only proper to
Gino
remind
sitting,
someone.
Gino sitting in his chair, like you know that one meme where it's like that Hispanic lady that's like just angry. He's like, "Urgh."
Oh no.
Curses don't affect you if you don't think. Goldfish brain prevails.
Fish brain prevails. Oh no. I mean, it's the same as like convincing yourself that you're sick, essentially.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
if someone has the impression that they're sick, then yeah, it will pretty much
I
overlap.
I feel like it's true if you get sick and then you're like, oh my god, I'm so sick, and then you actually start feeling more sick, you're like, oh no.
Hmm. It's when you draw attention to something more so.
Yeah.
So it's just that kind of
The human
mental,
mind is
yeah.
annoying.
It's that kind of mental willpower at the point of, say, if you're drunk, if you keep trying to think that you're not drunk, oh boy. Because, yeah, part of being drunk is, I guess, just giving into the feeling, I suppose. Just like, hey, yeah, it's happening, but at the same time, yeah, you can resist it to a certain extent. Then after a certain extent,
Yeah.
you're just like, nah, screw it. This is too much effort.
Yeah. It's really funny because like with like hard liquor, typically it takes a while for me to get drunk. Like but I had like a 24-ounce beer the other day and I was fucking blasted.
Man.
I took like 5 shots like the day before or like the week before and I was like, I'm fine. And then like a 24-ounce beer and I'm like, where am I? 14 beers at Chili's and I'm ready to throw hands with a fire hydrant. 14 beers? How many times did you go to the bathroom?
Throwing hands for fire hydrant. God damn it.
Matt's hilarious.
Man.
I when I'm drunk. May is that with my drunk? I'm very obnoxious. I think everyone can be a little obnoxious when they're drunk, though. Just to different extents, you know? At least to sober people, you know? Because when you're drunk and everyone else is drunk, you're just having a good time and drunk. Unless someone's an angry drunk, then those are the people. Once you see them angry, you don't get near them when they're drunk again.
I normally, let's see, when it comes to drinking with other people, I normally spare myself drinking too much. Normally, because the kind of drunk I am is the kind of horrifying kind. So, yeah. Yeah, preferably just drink on my own if I plan on drinking an excessive amount.
Like angry? Like angry drunk?
Nah, not an angry drunk, just the flirtatious kind, which is even worse, honestly.
I don't know. I'd prefer the flirtatious than angry. I've seen one too many fights of drunk people to prefer not fighting.
Fair enough. In my case, I've probably done too many regrettable things while being flirtatious, and God, waking up the morning after and dealing with that is just like, oh fuck. I have to live through the consequences of my actions now.
I mean,
because people remember things. Yes.
People is it just talking flirty, or are you like handsy?
Bit of both, which is just like, God, this is why I avoid parties.
Fair. That's probably a good thing then. Serenade me with your slurred honeyed words. Oh no.
Please no. God no.
I'm the crying kind of drunk.
Oh.
Like the I love you. I love you so much. That's my kind of drunk. I just literally just cry and tell people I love them. And then sometimes I'm like I can't do this. I just become self-deprecating.
Self-deprecate? Oh no.
I haven't gone like that in a while though. It's mostly just been like, I love you.
Yeah, for me there have just been no parties, so hey.
Yeah, I just drink at home
Hmm.
alone
Drinking at home for
with
me
chat.
has become too much of a habit.
Oh no,
Because I don't
that's
know.
okay though.
I'm almost done with this one bottle of gin, and I just had another one come in yesterday, so I'm like, yay. May as well finish off the rest of this one eventually.
Yeah, I have a whole like alcohol fridge and a whole alcohol like cabinet.
Hmm.
Crying drunk May. It was a good time. God damn it.
Oh dear.
Yeah, me and we're very similar drunks. It's almost scary. Yeah, I'm a big
uh,
crybaby.
hmm. Let's see, when you get drunk on stream, do you do anything particularly different? Or,
What do you mean by different? Like games or
like, do you just hold back?
what do you mean by holding back?
Like, do you hold back on the amount you drink, or do you just go ham anyway?
I mean, I typically just go ham. Um, but there are some days where like if my belly isn't like 100%, like if after like one beer I'm like, wait, I don't, you know?
Fair, fair.
Like sometimes I'll just like be like, okay, I'm gonna drink tonight, and then drink and be like, never mind, never mind, not today. Like I'll have to like give myself like pacing.
Hmm. Yeah, for
Does that make
myself,
sense?
let's say last night I was on like Nihi's stream for a bit, playing PSO with the fella, and I got completely dragged into his own pace, and it was a lot of drinking. It was just,
Oh,
he'd crack open another can of beer every now and then, and I'm just like, oh sure, I'll pour myself another. And the thing was, I didn't realize at all how drunk I was until the stream finished, and I was like, oh fuck, oh god,
oh
what
no.
have I done? And yeah, it really did show in the morning with that hangover. God.
Yeah, no. I I've only I don't really get hangovers typically,
Hmm.
thankfully. For me, most of my hanger I can't talk. Most of my hangovers are like my stomach.
Ah,
Like
okay.
I don't have a very strong body, unfortunately. So like the first thing that happens is like my stomach just goes lit, and then like I'm just like out of commission like for anything in terms of like eating or like drinking. Like even water will like make me throw up.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's when it gets to a troublesome point, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Cause like I feel like I wish I could just get headaches for like for like normal stuff, like normal hangover, like headache just give me a headache. Cause like you could take stuff for that.
Hmm.
You can just like an Advil or something, or like a pain medication, and it go away.
Yeah.
But the stomach, when it's the stomach, you're just out of commission for a while.
But when it's the stomach, yeah, you are screwed.
Yeah, I like to drink by myself, but like hang out with friends so we can go dumb goon shit together.
Oh no.
I mean, that's why I don't stream unless I'm like talking to people. Like I don't like drinking alone per se.
Hmm.
I feel like it's just depressing to drink alone.
Yeah, it really is. I do it anyway.
No, it's just it puts you in that in that mood of being depressed. You know?
I mean, it's in the name of the kind of drug it is. Alcohol's a depressant to begin with.
I know, but like it just makes it like extra.
Yes,
Makes it extra sad.
you go from man to a man.
Oh no. Last night I got sure I passed out and threw up multiple times. No.
Oh man. Ghosty. Ghosty, please.
Oh no.
Because, yeah, being blackout drunk is just, oh, that's an experience. For me, it hits that point at about 9 or 10 drinks where I'm just like, okay, yeah, nah, I'm not going to have a good morning.
Yeah. Alcohol fixes outside boo boo. Alcohol also fixes inside boo boo.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, dear.
Um, I last time I got really drunk, not like blackout. Um, it was more like you know, like sometimes like you'll like black out for like 15 minutes, but then you'll like remember everything else. It's hard to
Oh.
explain because like most people when they say blackout drunk, like you're gone for the rest of the night, and you wake up, you're like, huh, where am I? Um, for me, blackout is like I just won't remember parts of certain things.
Huh.
Um, like I'll just like forget like a 30-minute period, and then I'll go back to like remembering
Mm-hmm.
15-30 minute period. Um, but I forgot where I was going with this. Here goes the goldfish
Yeah,
brain.
there's the goldfish.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember when I was going with this.
Let's see. So just slight bits of missing memory, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't get the full blackout. I just kind of may go home, go drunk, you're home. Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, go drunk, you're home. Hold up.
I'm a little loopy. I got my COVID vaccine, my first one, the Pfizer
Oh,
today.
damn.
So I'm
Alright.
like a little ouchy.
Uh,
I instantly got like bad symptoms and ouchies and like not feeling good. So I literally took a nap before the stream.
oh, wow. Yeah, over here, vaccine hasn't rolled out too much yet.
Hmm.
It's kind of slowly going about because we've more or less eliminated most of it. It's to the point where stuff is more or less back to functionally normal over here.
Yeah, that's good. It's
Yeah.
I can't wait for it to be like that here. I'm just so tired of staying
Hmm.
home. Like it's not that I don't like staying home. Like I'm very much an introverted extrovert. If that's the right saying, I think.
There's a certain amount of
Um,
irony in that statement, but nonetheless.
yeah. So like I love being home and like chilling at home, but like sometimes you just want to go do something, you know?
Ah, yeah. I know
Like just
that
like
feeling.
one day I want to go like rollerblading, but I can't do that because COVID.
Ah, yeah. Like, for myself, I consider myself fairly introverted because even after, like, 1 or 2 degrees of social interaction, I'm normally just on a dead battery at that point. I'm just like, alright, yeah. I'm just gonna be a potato for the next few days. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm kind of like that too sometimes. Like that's why like I stream for like 4 days straight, and then I just the rest of the days I'm just like okay, I'm chill. Because I feel like I do need some of that like time away to be able to not
Hmm.
100% go crazy and talk to people.
Fair enough. Like, in my case, I more or less... Let's see, before COVID, I was the kind of bastard which would be out at least 5 days a week, up to 7 days a week, just out somewhere.
Mm,
And then eventually it was just, out for 7 days a week. Oh, I finally have a day off. Okay. Yeah, I'm a potato. I'm not talking to anyone for the next 24 hours. Goodbye. I'm wiping myself off the face of the earth.
yeah, sometimes you gotta do that.
And then the next week would be, oh yeah, you're back on for another 7 days again. And then at one point it was like 21 days in a row, and it was just like, oh god.
Of working, like pure work.
Not just work, just like going out and dealing with like social commitments and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So for instance, it'd either be, let's see, because the main thing is I either work at home or I find a random place I can just shore up and work at.
Mm,
Whether that be at a university or at a cafe or something, just sit
mm,
down with whatever and start typing away.
yeah.
Because, yeah, my main line of work is just freelance writing, so you can functionally do that anywhere.
Yeah. Which is good,
Hmm.
especially during COVID.
But yeah, on top of that, I had like band commitments, other social club commitments, stuff on top of that. It was crazy amount of stuff. And I had no idea how the hell I did it back then, considering nowadays I go out once or twice in a week, I feel like a dead fish.
Yeah, I feel like since we've been so recluse for like a whole year, it just I feel like everyone kind of needs to relearn how to act socially again, like with other people. It's
Hmm.
kind of weird to explain, but I feel like everyone kind of like that saying where like you go insane without people,
Oh, yeah.
like after a certain amount of period of having isolation. I feel like COVID has affected everyone in some sort of way mentally for that. Even the people that like Matt saying I have no friends to hang out with, so COVID is so I have no friends to hang out with, so COVID has changed very little. I still feel like slamming yourself in your room and just staying there and bunkering down
Hmm.
and only having online interaction is very detrimental mentally. Um,
Yeah, all
it
the
just kind of changes
days
your
kind of blurred together, I guess.
exactly. Things just became one like if you ask anyone, you're like, "Wow, it's already 2021," and they're like, "Yeah, we just got in lockdown like a month ago," and you're like, "Wait, no, it's been a whole year."
Oh, God. No, the main question I ended up asking very often to a lot of people is, hold up, what day is it?
Exactly. Exactly. And I work nights, so like it's even worse for me right now because I'm like, what year is it?
What
Like
years?
literally, I was. You have to fill out a form to do your vaccine. I almost
Oh,
wrote 2019 on that.
oh, God.
2020 was not even like I haven't even written a date on anything since literally 2019, and I was like, wait, it's 2021.
Yeah, I was in an exam and I almost wrote 2020. I was like, wait, hold up. It's 2021 now.
Oh
It's
no.
it's it's 4 months into 2021.
Yeah, that happens though.
Huh.
Hiccup. I'm sorry.
No
That's like my
worries.
first hiccup. I
Hmm.
normally hiccup a lot more.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have a hiccup counter and a sneeze counter.
Oh, dear. Hmm. Do you think VTubing would have shot up at all without COVID having happened?
No, not at all. I don't think so at all.
Hmm.
Oh wait, fuck. I'm mad. Um, I really don't think so. Um, just because there are so many people right now that are able to do VTubing because they don't have a job. It sounds weird to say it that way, but it's the truth. There's also a lot of people that don't have jobs, so it's not that they don't have anything better to do, but it's their way of gaining social interaction. Like
Sorry,
it
that just
sounds
immediately,
horrible.
yeah, it immediately made me think, ah, so you're a VTuber, so you're unemployed. Ah, I see.
No, no, not like that. Not like that. Not like that. Not like that. What I mean is like a lot of people. If it was normal time, like I see a lot of people that are like able to like focus on things they want to do more because they literally don't have a job because of like being let go.
Hmm.
Because a lot of companies have understaffed their like their companies so that other people or like so their business can keep running.
Yep.
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave? It's true though, because there are so many people online right now. Like if you look at the actual Twitch analytics, like viewership has skyrocketed since like COVID started.
Hmm.
Um, it it's just statistics. I'm sorry, but it's true. Like there are just so many people that are unemployed that they. I don't like saying it this way. It's not that they don't have anything better to do. It's that they can finally do something that they would enjoy.
Hmm.
That otherwise they would be working a 9 to 5 job, working a normal shift, but instead they're doing VTubing stuff.
Fair
And
enough,
then
fair
vice
enough.
versa, there are also people that are watching that it's not that they don't have anything better to do, but they're using their time to communicate with people and have social interaction.
Yeah, it
Because
does tend to work
I
out that
really
way.
do, I really do think a lot of the people that are like watching VTubers specifically are just looking for friends.
Hmm.
Like that's how I see most of the people. Like most of the people that you see in most chats. Like the VTuber community on Twitter alone. Like literally every single VTuber that you talk to, I don't want to say all of them, but the vast majority, they just want to be friends. Like they just want to hang out with people and talk to people.
Essentially,
And
it's
if you
a good
listen to most
social
of their
outlet.
stories, yeah, and if you listen to a lot of their stories, they're like, yeah, I got let go, or I was able to finally quit this job because of COVID, and like I'm getting a unemployment check that is actually worth it and not like suffering, um because like the unemployment checks for COVID are like almost triple the amount that you would normally get before COVID.
Oh boy.
So like literally like people are able to like quit their jobs and focus on things that they enjoy more,
Mm-hmm.
which I don't blame them. I wasn't looking for a friend. May just kind of adopted me. And that's another thing too. Like I just feel like there's a lot of people that just want to like listen and chill, and then they end up like enjoying the person's personality, and they end up staying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair enough, all things considered. So, how do you feel? Do you feel things will slow down a lot once COVID is more or less passed over?
I think it will slightly for smaller streamers. Um, and by that, what I mean is once the economy starts getting better and more jobs are created and more people like are able to get jobs, they're not going to be able to stream as often as they would like.
Ah.
Um, and unfortunately, that's just how it is. Not a lot of people are able to balance work life and like streaming. It's very difficult. Um, working 40 hours a week. If I didn't work a night shift, like I would only be streaming like once or twice a week.
Fair enough then.
But I also feel like once people are able to go out, I feel like in the beginning, once like mask mandates and all that are removed, at least in the states where viewership is at an all-time high, I think for the first like month or two, I think people are gonna go out and do what they want, like they haven't been able to do for a year. Like go out and eat at those places that they haven't been able to, go to the theme park that they haven't been able to go to, or go on that vacation they haven't been able to go to. Um, but after that, I feel like it'll kind of go back to normal.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Okay,
it's kind of
so
hard
yeah.
to like go living about away for like a whole year and not go back to it because you're comfortable with it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. So let's see. In which case, all right, I'll shift over to one of the last questions I think I had written, probably. But anyhow, so what are your thoughts on graduations? So people that just end their streaming career after having built up a following over the past year or so.
They got taken up by a company.
Oh, that's your thought on it.
There's no way. There's literally no way someone's gonna work this hard on, like, an example, Mint. There's no way
Yeah.
Mint literally got a new model. It's like, I just wanted to get a new model for you guys, and then just leave. I'm sorry. Literally no way. Like, that makes no sense to me at all. Like, why would you build up this community and then delete everything? And deactivate everything? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And like the wave that happened,
Yeah, it was
and now
a
it's
very
gone.
big wave. Yeah.
It was a wave, and now it's done. It's gone. So like, I have a feeling we're gonna see a couple waves, and then people are gonna start catching on
And realizing that people are just getting poached this whole time.
Yeah, exactly. I guarantee they're gonna just be streaming something else. Either Hololive is gonna shortly announce their new people, or Niji Sanji, or whatever, or even Vishojo might even do it. I don't know. I don't think Vishojo will, because with Veibe, like she got to keep her model and stuff,
Yeah,
which is to me it's smarter to do that. It's smarter to
let's see.
continue having your community
Yeah.
than to just completely delete it.
Shoujo, I think, does more adoptions rather than, what's it called, straight up resets, anyhow. In which case, let's say, assuming that kind of scenario, if you ended up getting poached by an agency, would you push for keeping your own brand, or would you?
I wouldn't. I would not. I would not do it unless I could keep it. And by keeping it, I mean the community. Like, if I had to change my model, I really wouldn't mind. But if the people couldn't know, that, I feel like that's just like a betrayal almost.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
like
that's fair enough.
Like, they gave me all the support for me to just, get up and disappear. Hold on, give me a second. Let me make sure they're not vacuuming.
Nice logic there. You either get me and all my bullshit, or you don't get shit. Nice. Hey. Oh, I used to do interviews on radio, so pretty much it was a case of don't really have any more openings on radio and wasn't particularly interested in continuing that kind of stuff. At least not at that particular radio station, so I was like, I may as well strike out on my own.
Okay, I'm in. Sorry, I had to make sure they were not vacuuming.
I heard it a bit in the background. I was like, oh, that's actually quite soft for someone vacuuming.
Yeah, I have like one of those like Dyson vacuums, like they're the cordless ones, so they're not very loud, but also it's kind of not fun. But yeah, to kind of continue on that, like, I would not personally want to leave my community behind, because they're the they're the people that would have gotten me where I was to be able to get that, Because like most of the people that are getting snapped up are the people that already have like a larger community, and they're already getting popularity. And I feel like just stabbing them in the back and not being, I feel like it's almost not being thankful to them. That's just my personal opinion on it. Like, for myself, I wouldn't blame someone for doing it though. You know what I mean? Like, especially with like Made Mint. Was it Made Mint? Yeah, it was Made Mint that she was like, I have personal health issues going on that weren't major. Granted, if they're like not super like major or anything, and she just needs help like paying for surgery, and she's getting like a constant paycheck through the agency, I would understand why she would want to do it, because it would be a need for necessity for medication or a surgery or what have you, So I wouldn't blame them for that. So we're working on May's Hyper Beast. Wait, what? What does that mean?
Hey, wait, where? Hey?
Professor Porkchop said still working on being May's Hype Beast.
Oh, Hype Beast. Don't worry too much about it.
Oh, okay. Legit though, I'd hate to have to leave my folks behind. I'm an asshole sometimes when I'm not about to use my friends as stepping stones. Exactly. That's exactly, you worded it as best as I could. Or as best as I could not do it. Like, you worded it better than I could. I can't word right now for some reason. I'm just going, but
hey, probably the...
That's just my personal take on it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that is fair enough. Do you ever see yourself graduating from streaming at any point?
Um, I don't specifically see myself, but like also I can't imagine I'll be doing this when I'm like, 50,
I do know
Like,
people which are doing it in their late 40s though.
yeah. Oh my god, Boomy.
Oh my.
But
Let's
yeah,
see.
no, I,
Hmm.
I I don't think I would continue like super into like I don't think I would do like a graduation,
Mm-hmm.
Like I would probably like pop in and be like, "Hey, I'm still okay," you know? Like the server would like my Discord would probably still be available. I just
Oh,
probably wouldn't
alright.
stream often.
Yeah.
I feel like I would never close my Discord. I guess that's a good answer.
Okay. That's fair enough then. But yeah, ending streaming activities. I don't know. Part of me just sees it as VTubers and streaming in general, or streamers in general, are very transient. They won't be around for a ridiculous amount of time, and then I see certain people in the community which have been around for that ridiculous amount of time already, and it's like,
Hmm.
maybe there is a way to make this work eventually, but who knows, who knows.
Your Discord, yeah, it's literally like one of my the person that helped me made it, Domo. Not Domo or Ariga thanks. One of my friends, Domo. Um, she's technically the owner of the Discord, but
Oh my.
that's just so
Yeah.
she could like edit things a lot easier
Fair
because she's
enough,
the
fair
one that
enough.
like keeps up with all the stuff.
hmm
Um,
But yeah, I've seen people in their late 50s or late 40s and 50s still streaming on this platform. It's kind of hilarious how sometimes they're ridiculously out of touch and sometimes they actually do manage to keep up really well.
yeah. And again, I don't think it's like I don't think it's bad to like stream like at a later age, like if that's something that you enjoy doing.
hmm
Um, it's just like I know like I don't think I want kids like anytime soon, but like if I do have kids, like you know how hard that would be to like have kids and like stream.
Oh man, that
Maybe
is.
Skyrim grandma, yeah. So like I wouldn't mind doing something like that. Like when I'm older, like I feel like I would never like graduate. You know what I mean? But like
hmm
I would, it would be less of me, if that makes sense.
Fair enough, in which case. Because yeah, I will say eventual end of streaming is just, it'll happen someday, but that day doesn't have to come sooner, essentially.
Exactly. Granted, I've already been doing this for 5 years, and I can't imagine it ending anytime soon. So
This one's a veteran indeed.
yeah, I've been here on Twitch a long time. Like literally, I started streaming like a year before the partner or
Oh,
affiliate thing came out.
oh
Like the
heck,
affiliate.
okay.
I was streaming before that was even a thing.
Hmm.
So it was either you were partnered or you were nothing. I streamed
Oh,
before
damn.
affiliate ever came out.
Hmm. Yeah, affiliate system it's interesting, but at the same time it is very troublesome when you read over all the legal connotations that goes behind it. It's like, oh, yeah, you're signing yourself away as
Hmm.
essentially an independent contractor for all intents and
Yep.
purposes.
Yep.
Only you are taking very little in the way of pay, just in the way of remuneration instead.
Yep.
Which
It's
is, yeah, it makes the
it was
tax
very smart of
troublesome.
Twitch to do it though. It was very smart of Twitch on their end to do it though. So
Hmm.
they and
Yeah,
really at the end of the day, it really does help creators too though.
yeah, it
Even if it
opens the platform a lot to the smaller side.
hmm like it's helpful, but also they also got to profit off of the people that aren't really gonna you know do like do or not do like make them a lot of money
hmm
because they're really profiting off of people that don't reach that $100 goal.
Oh, yeah, just that minimum payout requirement? Yeah.
I feel like that needs to be removed. That's just scummy, in my opinion, but
it's the
not much you
same
can do about
it's the
that.
same way. Okay, so one of the only other places I know which uses that system specifically for the scummy means is
I almost spilled my drink. I'm sorry. Real boomies. Streamer retirement home.
oh my.
Okay, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry.
I was really worried.
Let's see, so only other companies which I know use this specific payout system is mainly just things with get rich quick sort of schemes. Just like, oh, yeah, if you do this for us, we'll give you X amount of money, but you can only claim this amount of money when you have broken through the threshold.
Yeah, pretty much. It's really annoying. I mean, I understand why they do it, but it's pretty much just an incentive to get them to continue to stream.
Yep.
It's like a way to force smaller streamers to actually not give up, in a way.
That's a little push in the back, I guess.
I feel like it helps like push people to like continue streaming to like be able to get that payout. But it also makes it discouraging for smaller people.
Because the way people can see it is either like the electric whip, I guess. There was a whole article on that before, Christ, about just making, how does one say? Making work more efficient by gamifying elements of work. But then at the same time, there's also just the oppressive feeling that comes with it. Of just, oh, yeah, you have to meet quotas before you can be considered successful, or you have to meet quotas for efficiency or whatnot.
Yeah, it's very similar to like car dealerships.
Car dealerships, okay.
So you work a certain amount of hours for a car dealership, and they say that they pay you a salary for the amount of hours that you work. But to be able to kind of make up for that salary, you have to sell the amount of cars to be able to make up the salary that they're paying you. Or you gotta pay them back.
Ah. Oh, yikes.
So it's pretty much like, oh, we're paying you this amount, but let's say we gave you $1,000 for last week, but you didn't sell $1,000 worth of cars.
Oh.
So next week, if you made $2,000 in sales, and you worked $1,000 worth of hours that week as well, you only get the $1,000 worth that you got for the week that you worked, because the last week previously where you owed us $1,000 is now ours, because you didn't pay it last week.
Ah. Okay, yeah, that is really rough.
It's really scummy.
It's essentially
It's just saying, like
yeah, you're taking out loan shark, essentially.
Exactly, pretty much.
Man, yeah, that is just.
But that's how car dealerships work.
Huh. And I guess in a certain sense, there's also how wait staff are treated in America, I suppose.
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah.
Yeah,
When you
sense
don't
of
go on
being
trips,
tipped or not. Yeah. You are living off of tips. Thank God that's not how it is down under. Like,
I say down under.
yeah, down under, it's paid. You get paid a proper salary or whatnot, or at least a wage, instead of having to live off of tips and bonuses. You are a
Not
proper
gonna lie,
employee,
though.
at least.
Yeah, not gonna lie though, depending on where you live, tips is so nice.
Huh.
Like if you work on like in Miami on like the beach at like a bar, you're gonna make so much money. like literally like over $500 a night.
Oh,
Like I have a
Christ.
friend that used to work on Miami Beach, and he would literally make like $1,000 a night, and like he only
Man.
needed to work like once a week, and he got $4,000 a month.
Christ, yeah, that's a
Granted, cost of
lot.
living in Miami is a lot more, but like
That's still pretty
that's a
luxurious,
lot.
man.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, over here it's a case of if you're wait staff, you're paid a very strict amount. It's normally minimum wage for whatever position it is,
Mm-hmm.
but nonetheless, you are paid it. Tips, tips are kind of a
So
weird
you do get
case
tips,
here.
okay?
If you do get tipped, it's within the hospitality industry here. Tips are normally pulled together for like a
Mm-hmm.
communal fund of sorts. And
Yeah.
eventually, if it piles up enough, they just have like either a small party or send everyone off to whatever institute for whatever.
Hmm.
So, for
Okay.
instance, if there's enough money for all the staff to go on an escape room, for instance, then
Hmm.
suddenly, yeah, company takes a break for a bit, everyone's at an escape room. Oh, there's enough for a beach trip? Okay, go on a beach trip.
That's kind of cool.
Then there are other ones where, let's see, the hospitality industry has normally got a lot of ties with other entertainment kind of companies. So it tends to
Mm-hmm.
be, oh, we'll give your staff a good night, so you give our staff a good night. And it's just that kind of trade instead.
That's pretty cool, though.
So it's like, oh, yeah, do you guys run an archery range? Oh, how would you like a night on us at our restaurant if you let us have a afternoon at your archery course?
Hmm. That's actually
And
really interesting.
yeah, it's a lot of trading, pretty much. Because it's just a lot nicer when you can build that kind of relationship instead of having to do everything through monetary means.
Yeah. And it's promotion, too.
It's cross promotion. It's pretty great.
Yeah.
I think the weirdest one I've ever dealt with is cross promotion between. Let's see. So there's this place in a certain part of where I am, where it's like a whole bunch of warehouses right next to each other, and one of these
Mm-hmm.
warehouses is dedicated to the art of throwing an axe.
Ooh.
So yeah, the restaurant had a trade with that, and it was pretty much just a night of learning how to throw a bloody axe.
That's pretty cool, though.
Servicing that crowd though was interesting when it came to our turn though. It became a case of, the kind of people that worked there were either, let's see, it was either actors, so people that were really good at memorizing a script and being able to just play it out entirely, or Viking role players. So,
That's cute, though.
yeah, you get a very interesting kind of crowd that comes along in return. But yeah.
I feel like it'd be cool if we had stuff like that over here. They don't really do stuff like that over here. It's not like typically your employers like I don't know, like they don't care about you. Like they're like, "Oh my god, thank you for reaching our sales goals. Here's some cold pizza. Yay." And you're like starving because you haven't even had your lunch because you're not allowed to have a lunch because it's so busy and you're understaffed, and you literally have to run to the break room for 2 minutes and scarf down the cold pizza.
Oh, Christ.
That's like what it's here. Granted, there are some places that are much better. Like government jobs are typically really the best jobs to have here. Because like you're forced to have your hour-long break, and like you pretty much are. They can't get mad at you for taking your two 15-minute breaks that you're legally allowed.
Fair enough.
So even if it's busy, they could literally just, fuck off because that's how it works. Like, it doesn't matter.
Fair enough.
You're
Fair
able to
enough.
just like take your actual breaks and relax. But like when it comes to like retail or normal like work, it's not like that at all. It's more like stress and everyone hates each other. The whole building is on fire and we're understaffed.
Whole building's on fire. Oh god.
It's like pulling teeth to get an hour lunch. Exactly. And God forbid you have an appointment to the doctor. How awkward it is to be like, here's my doctor's note to your fucking boss for the one infection that you have. You know, like.
Yeah. Let's see. I had a train of thought going and then I missed it.
Oh no.
The goldfish is wearing off. Or wearing off.
The goldfish is rubbing onto you.
Yeah. Oh man. Let's see. Oh, right. Yeah, I might as well quickly go over what the heck cracking the electronic whip was about. So
yeah, I have no idea what.
Let's see. It was an article written about how Disneyland treated its employees for a while. So it was a case of, whereas on any old regular job you'd have, I don't know, some kind of foreman or manager pretty much just encouraging people along or forcing people along to do their jobs and increase efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, oh yeah, this guy's employee of the month, don't you want to be here and look good too? Or hey, you get a little bit of a boost because you've been doing good, etc. That kind of stuff. The electronic whip kind of went the opposite route. So it was the case of broad definition gamification of work. So it would be, they'd do work to meet certain quotas, and as they were doing it, they would be given a progress bar and other kind of gamey elements to add on top. It's like, oh yeah, you've done this much progress on this task, and it'd be like, oh, this is kind of like a quest board or something that you're going along. And this is what Disney workers had to comply with. Eventually though, it became known as the electronic whip, because people realized that it was just forcing them along through abstract means to improve some crazy efficiency quotas or something like that. And it became known that the quotas weren't very realistic, per se.
Thank you for gifting a sub to Eco.
Hey,
Yeah.
thanks for the sub. I have nothing to offer yet. Emotes by like next week or something. Done by a certain fella named Ghosty in this chat. Yes. I will check if the shout out button works again.
I don't think it popped up, did it? I didn't see it on the screen.
Let's see. That's Ghosty 16. Oh wow. Okay, now the shout out button's working properly.
That's so weird. Maybe it was just the user ID? Maybe there was like an extra underscore in their user ID?
Maybe? Potentially. Wait, I've shouted out Kai before, so... But yeah, generally speaking, gamifying work is one of the most horrifying things possible. Like, I'm an advocate for gamification of education, but I am most definitely not an advocate for it when it comes to actual industry work. It is one of the worst things you can possibly do.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like it just adds extra stress that's not needed.
No, the main issue comes in making people addicted to work is the thing. Because creating workaholics is troublesome.
Japan is like, teach me the way.
Let's see. For Japan... Okay, let me tell you about a friend of a friend who worked at a gaming company.
Oh no.
So, a game studio.
Is it gay?
So, he would work his typical 9 to 5 job.
Mm-hmm.
He would then have to go out drinking with his colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's, you know, go to the izakaya, go grab your drinks with your colleagues, build deeper bonds, etc. Yeah. Build deeper bonds because, yes, they all believe in teamwork making efficiency work.
Mm-hmm.
And if you like your colleagues, then yes, you will end up, you'll end up tolerating how shit the conditions are, more so. Now then, the one thing that really got me though, was the fact that, when you get home, you gotta go play Fortnite with your boss. You're in a games company. It is only reasonable that you experience your games with the rest of your colleagues too.
Huh.
So it was a case of,
I mean,
yeah.
you know, I feel like an event would be good for team building, but not like every day. Like maybe like once a month, like, oh, we're having our hangout, like for team building. Like I think that's okay. But like if it's like a weekly everyday thing, like you gotta.
Yeah, it was literally an everyday thing of, yeah, work's over, let's drink. Oh, drinking's over, let's play Fortnite.
That just sounds like that. Literally, just sounds like a kid that just always wants to play video games with his friends. Made a company is like, I'm gonna play video games with my friends, and then they're just forced friends, their coworkers. Like these are my friends.
Apparently it was
I
pretty
have
common
friends.
practice, because the guy moved to another company, and while it wasn't Fortnite, I think it was either Counter-Strike or Rainbow Six Siege instead. But yeah, I had to play that with
I
his
would
colleagues
cry.
instead. No, the thing is, I would actually be an advocate for playing Counter-Strike with your colleagues at least once or twice. Simply because when you play CS, you really do need to communicate a shit ton.
Yeah.
And it really does help out in that communication front. But Fortnite is just,
Yeah, if it was Fortnite, I would probably just commit seppuku and just jump off the building. Like no,
It's like,
Like
oh,
if I was forced to play by my boss every single day, like I can handle Fortnite. Like if like a friend's like, hey, I really want to play Fortnite with you, and I'm like, fine, okay, I'll play with you. I'm not good at it. Like whatever, I'll play like once. But like every day, like I have to do laundry. I got chores to do. I gotta do the dishes or something, man.
oh god.
I'm gonna drag you to play Path of Exile. No!
Path of Exile.
Team kill him, get banned. Oh well.
Yeah, there are just ways of getting away. It's just like, yes, oh, yeah, no, today's a bad day, family, blah, blah, blah. But then at the same time, oh, wait, you're working at a games company. Do you have a family?
It's awful. I feel like that's how it would be.
Yeah, it's just, why aren't you spending time improving your social ability at work? Why aren't you using time to improve how well you could get along with your colleagues? Yeah, the guy only had his weekends free, pretty much. Every other waking moment was, yeah.
Imagine it's the weekend, you have to play Fortnite with me.
You want to keep your family tonight?
Oh no! That's so sad. Oh no! That would be awful.
But yeah, it's part of the reason why the typical salaryman job is very, very high in depression rates, etc. over there. But then it's really not acknowledged because depression is not part of your efficiency.
Yeah. And then the worst part is they really only have one day off because Saturday is also a work day.
Yeah, Saturday's your work day. So yeah,
Monday through Saturday, 6-day week.
It's
I
pretty goddamn insane.
It's rough on a 5-day a week trend. Honestly, I used to work at an animal hospital.
Oh.
Overnights doing emergency work.
Oh damn.
And I used to work 3 shifts a week. It was so nice. Just only 3 shifts. And then I had literally 4 days off. It was amazing. It was like a mini vacation every single time. I had so much time to do anything. Granted, those 3 days, I was so tired. Like, it was like I would go in at 5, get off at 7, get home at 8, shower, go to bed, and like have to be up at 5 again or have to be there at 5 again the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have like 7 hours of sleep, and I'd be like, okay, time to go. And then it would be a loop for 3 days. And emergency work with animals is either so dead that you're bored and tired, or so busy that there are like 5 different dead things dying on the table that you're trying to give CPR to at the same time with only 3 workers in the whole hospital. That's including the doctor.
Christ.
And you're like, what do you do?
Yeah, emergency work is crazy stuff. Like, I only dealt with it on a more surface level through volunteering, but goddamn. So, some of that's just really confronting stuff.
You used to do 6 days back when we were just absolutely fucked by being understaffed. I'm so sorry, man.
Oh,
That's
God.
all.
No, like...
And honestly, Ghosty, I believe that.
Yeah, I think, let's say, for my folks, they ended up becoming, how does one say? Crazy workaholics. To the point where they'd spend 5 days a week at their day job, and after that, on the weekend, they would go to the countryside and do hard labor, just trying to fix up a property for 2 days.
That's
and
pretty
then
much
come
what
back.
I do.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty much what I do. I have a rental property that legit got burned down by, not burned down all the way, but it got burnt up by our last tenants.
Oh.
And
oh, Christ.
We're having to repair it now. We just had the drywall put up, so now we gotta paint everything and then install the cabinets in the kitchen again. And
oh man, yeah, I know that feeling, because the last tenants that were in one of my properties pretty much trashed the entire place.
Yep.
There
it's rough. It's
yeah,
it's so rough.
Every window was broken. Anything that had a hinge was off its hinge.
Oh my god.
Anything that wasn't bolted down was probably already taken. Let's see, what else was there?
They hate you?
Right. The wallpaper was peeling off, if not stained with copious amounts of grease, somehow.
Ew.
Let's see, the carpet was untenable.
Honestly, with rental properties, just use tile.
Yeah.
We tiled ours. Like, you can't do anything but tile, because if not, you gotta, like, replace it every year.
Yeah, then within the hallways was all manner of garbage and everything. And some walls had holes poking in them. We had to take out all of the walls, only to find out there was asbestos in the walls as well.
Oh my god.
Then we had to replace all the walls and the windows, and rewire most of the electricity as well.
Oh my goodness. They really messed that place up.
Yeah.
How long have they been living in there for?
Let's see, they've been tenants there since as long as I've known, so really long time, so to speak.
How can they live in that though? Like, I don't understand how people can live in like
an absolute kind of pigsty, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. They, like, I know there were tenants there for the better part of at least 20 years, and that's what really gets me. Because it's like, how? How have you kept
even in
this
20
place?
years, I can't imagine really destroying a house like that.
Yeah, how's it come to that point is the thing.
Yeah.
And it's like...
without, like, letting someone know.
Yeah, it's like, they were...
How do you, like, let the landlord know, hey, there's a hole in the wall? Or at least try to patch it yourself, you know?
Yeah, the thing was, they were raising a family there too, and then on top of that, they were really late on... What's it called? They were really late on rent payments as well. They were almost a year. They had almost an entire year to pay off. And it was only because they had been such long-time tenants that we didn't demand it all right away. And my family being a bit on the softer end of things and not really wanting to force confrontation. So it caused some... yeah. When we found out the final state of things and the fact that the husband had pretty much run away with all the finances, yeah.
Oh my...
yeah, we had a lot of trouble to deal with.
Yeah. That's why you gotta, like, do, like, yearly checkups on tenants. Like, you gotta do house inspections. That needs to be part of the lease.
Because, yeah, the inspections used to be every time they'd just family would just stop by, take a look through, receive the rent in
Yeah.
cash, and then go. But then
Hmm.
when it started becoming electronic payments, they became a bit more negligent about it, and yeah.
Yeah, you gotta make like a yearly thing where you go by. Because if
Hmm.
not, then stuff like that happens.
Because I remember a year before that whole incident transpired, I walked past the place with my best friend, and she pointed out, "Oh, why is the window broken?" I'm like, "Huh?"
Oh no.
Because I had this image in my head that this place looked at least decent, and then I walked past and
Hmm.
it looked like a total wreck. I'm like, wait, is this right? This can't be right. No, this is the address. Oh shit, this is the address. I was
That's
like,
scary.
what the hell is going on?
Honestly, with cases like that, that's always like abuse cases, like family
Hmm.
abuse cases.
I
Unfortunately.
believe it was a case like that, but yeah, man. The amount of work required to restore that place was absolutely insane.
Hmm.
Because when you
Yeah,
have to
no.
take out all the walls and then put the walls back in yourself.
Yeah,
Uh,
no. We hired someone to do the drywall because that's just too much work to do on your own.
let's see, the outside walls, yeah, we hired a contractor for that. The inner walls,
Mm.
though, oh man, those we put up ourselves.
Drywalling is such a pain in the butt, though.
Yeah,
Like
it
having to
is.
tape everything and
Hmm.
just thinking about it is like,
Yeah, then getting a hand drill that actually works. God damn.
oh no. Yeah, you really do need the right tools for any sort of work. Like
Yeah,
when
that.
we retiled our the last like the rental place because we used to live in it. We lived in it and like it had laminate and we before we moved out we tiled it all.
Ah, okay.
At first we were using like a hand tile cutter.
Oh, oh
That's the
no,
worst
that's
thing
a
ever.
terrible idea. uh,
We were trying to literally tile like 1,600 square feet
oh,
with literally a hand tile saw.
drywalling makes you swole. Oh god.
Oh my god. No, so they're making fun of me. I got my COVID vaccine and like I was being paranoid. I was like, is my arm swollen? It feels swollen, it looks swollen. And then my boyfriend Devin, he was legit just like, no, you're just swole. And I was just like, huh? Like, because I showed him my other arm and I'm like, am I just swole? And he's like, no, you're beefy. And I was like, what?
Nice. Yeah, drywalling, and then there was plastering on top of that. That was just like,
The
oh,
plastering is honestly the worst part.
yeah.
And sanding it down to be flat,
Oh
worst.
man, sanding. God.
Makes but like a brick shit house. A small one. I was a goalie, so
Damn. But yeah. Plastering, then after that, oh, yeah, sanding, then, man, painting. Why is it always
primary
painting?
and then painting.
Yeah,
Oh my
priming
god.
and painting.
We have to literally paint the roof, the trim, and the walls in the whole house. Cause they left a grease pot on the stove on like high and
Oh.
it literally smoked the whole house out.
Oh,
Like everything
Christ.
had stood on it. Like we even like all the tile that we just finished putting in literally had like it needs to get cleaned still. It needs like an acid cleaning and maybe regrouting.
Oh,
Um
God. Okay.
and all of the cabinets that we had just painted and put on like we had just finished getting them away from like a really gross like beige color that like some kitchens have and
Oh,
we
yeah,
painted
yeah.
like a nice pretty white to like make it look more modern because we have the gray wood look tile
Oh,
because we
okay.
were trying to go for like a modern look.
Mm-hmm.
We have to do it all over again and we had just painted the house. We had literally remodeled that whole house and now we have to do it all over again.
Christ alive. Yeah. Yeah, for my lot, it was just like, okay, yeah, we're gonna knock out a couple more walls as well. And just make this thing a lot bigger, more expansive. And then on top of that, it's just like, I don't know why, but every time that DIY needs to happen, I tend to get shoved on painting. So for a while, some of my friends, all they'd receive on the weekend was photos of me covered in white painting something.
Oh
Whether it be a
no.
wall or something else.
Yeah.
And I'll
I'm
say,
literally wearing pants right now that I wore while painting, and they're like stained gray.
yeah, half of the pants I wear at times have random paint stains on them. And it's just like,
Me too.
I'm just like, I can't give a damn. It adds to the bargain bin uncle look as well. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely found that in a bargain bin. It's got a paint stain on it.
Me too, though. Me too, though. I literally have grout on one of my leggings, and I'm just like,
Oi, oi.
I just wear it sometimes because like it's gray. It's like
Oh.
gray leggings. So like the grout is also gray, so you can't like really tell.
Oh my.
So I just have like a crusty knee.
Oi. That is a dodgy example.
It's just like I don't want to throw it away. You know, they still work.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, they do work. My God.
They go on my legs.
I think it's just yeah. I have like a set of shirts and a set of pants which are all just covered in white paint, and I'm just like, if I can't be bothered caring about my appearance when I step out, then I'm just like, yeah, I'll wear these. Why not?
Exactly.
Then I turned up to class in one, and they were like, oh, you had a fun night. And I'm like, ah, this is paint.
Oh no.
Christ.
That's so good though. I love that. That's how you know you have that I don't give a shit. That's literally me though. Like I literally like I'm the same way. I can't like I hate in real life like I used to have to go into the office and wear like business clothes.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I know that
I
feeling.
I hate it. I hate it so much. Like cuz like women's pants they're always so small and tight. Like just give me baggy pants. I just want to wear cargo pants. And like a big baggy shirt, but like all the material that like women's clothes is made out of is like scratchy for like business stuff. So it's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, down under, at least for the guys, yeah, we really didn't have to give too much of a damn. It was, since 90% of the time it was way too hot, yeah, you could just show up in cargo shorts and a t-shirt and you'd be fine. It was only...
One day I saw...
Yeah. Go on.
Oh, I was gonna say one day, like I saw like, cause I work in IT, I saw another IT person literally wearing sneakers, like Dickies, which are like work pants, working pants, and like a polo t-shirt, and I was like, I can wear that? And my boss was like, technically you can, and I was like, and then I just bought all of that. I just bought polos and like everything that I could that was not women's clothes, like. And sneakers. I was able to wear sneakers, and I'm like, yep, I got a good pair of sneakers. We're good to go.
I've worked in departments where people wear flip-flops.
Oh, I wish. I would go in flip-flops every day.
Because, yeah, you just hear them coming along down the hallway. You're like, yep, that guy's here again.
Yep. Just the fact. I don't like fancy clothes or whatever. It just doesn't feel right. Yeah, it doesn't. Like, it's fine every once in a while. Like, one day for, like, a wedding or, like, a party. I think it's fine. But if it's not comfortable, I don't want it. Gotta be look clean and proper in a position where you do not interact with anyone. Exactly. I hate it.
Let's see. For me, when I was working that hospitality job, I needed to be fully suited up in chef's gear, essentially. Because whereas a lot of other restaurants, since it was an open air kitchen, you could just come in whatever and just put on an apron, pretty much. But at this particular one, since it was an open kitchen, I needed to have the full chef's jacket, checkered pants, and everything. I was like, oh man, this is sweaty as hell. And yeah, I did need to have a hat too. Man, chef's hat, that thing just pops upwards, and sometimes you get your pizza caught on it.
Oh no! It's like I wear my hang-out sweater without anyone judging me for it. I'll be a happy man. I'm sorry, Matt. You'll always get judged for wearing an ahegao outfit.
Okay, so one mad lad of a classmate I had, so on the last day for whatever muck-up day at his high school, He essentially wore an Ahegao sweater in.
Oh no.
No one noticed what the hell it was, essentially.
Good.
The
Good.
So he decided, he took a photo of himself in front of like the main school logo sort of area.
Oh no.
And the principal came over. He's like, "Oh, I didn't know you were that diligent. Why are you taking a photo in front of like this place?" And he was like, "Oh, do you want a photo with me?" I was like, "Oh yeah, sure, sure." So he took a photo with the principal with the school logo and the Abigail shirt at the same time.
Oh no. Okay, like I don't know how like parents and like teachers don't know stuff like that. Like I feel like there's gotta be at least one cool and hip teacher that needs to like teach all the oldies what shit is, dude.
But yeah.
The mad lad, I love it. Okay, but I'm gonna be honest, I was also that kind of person that would wear shit like that. Like my school had a uniform, like a dress code, and like my dad made it like you were able to get something called a uniform waiver where you didn't have to wear one. I would literally go with whatever.
Oh damn.
I went whatever I wanted, and they couldn't tell me anything.
My lot.
The only thing I could not wear were flip flops because it's like dangerous or something like that.
Yeah.
Someone steps on your sandal and you fall down the stairs, like you'll die. That's literally what I was told. Literally, it's just a safety hazard, is why. And like you couldn't wear Crocs
it
without
a safety hazard.
the stupid like you know the Crocs, how they have that lever thing.
Oh yeah.
Like the backing.
Mm-hmm.
People would put that in front of the shoe instead of on the back.
Oh.
Like the freaking principal would be like, "Buckle up your Crocs, or you're gonna get detention." And they would literally call it like buckling them up. Like you would have to like put them back behind your like ankle.
Oh man, so my lot, we had a very strict uniform. So down under, all public schools have a full-on uniform. It's usually like a polo shirt with a tie and then like long pants, etc. If you were a senior, you were expected to wear long pants every single day almost. Like if you wore shorts, you just stood out like crazy. Yeah, even when it was hot. And you were only allowed to loosen or take off your tie if it was too hot.
That's too strict. I don't like that.
Here's the thing though. Normally, for a lot of other schools down under, they don't care too much about uniform, and when you like do variations on it, they just generally don't care. Because a lot of other public schools, you could just have like a singlet on with your polo on top, and that was it. You'd be fine. In my lot, they were functionally an inquisition.
Oh my god.
When it came to uniform. So what would happen is you'd be in roll call and whatever. You'd be sitting there. If you... Suddenly the door would burst open and this watermelon of a library monitor teacher would come in and start screeching at the top of her lungs about uniform. Then would go around individually inspecting each person's uniform. One by one at complete random. And the thing was, if you even...
No one expects the Australian Inquisition.
The thing is, if you even had the wrong colored socks, you were set for an afternoon detention.
Oh my... I hate that. I literally purposely, because uniform was also like that in my school, like, they were just so picky with specific things like that. I would specifically wear things that, like, they were like, you can't wear that. And I'd be like, I have a uniform waiver. I can.
Oh, wow.
Like, I literally started going, like, you're not allowed to wear skirts. I literally specifically was like, I'm wearing skirts. You can't tell me what to do.
Wow. But yeah, for my lot, it was a case of if you had one afternoon detention, the next one would count as a suspension instead.
Oh my god.
You could get suspended over uniform.
Socks.
Yeah, over socks. And this was a goddamn public school. We weren't some fancy prim and proper like private school or anything. We were yoinks in God knows suburban Australia. Almost regional Australia, and we were expected it to, yeah.
I think that's so dumb. I really don't like uniforms. If I ever do have kids, like I'm specifically making sure they're not wearing uniform. So I just think that rule is so dumb.
I
It's
think.
like meant to like prevent
Hmm.
like people that aren't part of the school to get into the school.
Yeah. It's
But
also
also like you
to.
could
Yeah.
literally just buy the same clothes and get like a logo
Mm-hmm.
at a store. You can literally go to the store wherever they sell those logos and be like, I'm getting it for my kid, and they're
Yeah.
not gonna check.
Pretty much. Like you buy it at a marked up price, but that's about it.
Exactly.
Like that uniform tie is at least $20. And it was just like, Christ, why? Bargain bin tie, I can pick one of those up for like $2 to $5. Why do I have to pay $20 for a branded tie?
Exactly.
But yeah, the other thing was to stop truants. It didn't really stop truants in my case.
What's truant? What is that?
Truants are just people which, how does one say, skip on class,
Like
essentially.
delinquents? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so pretty much just delinquents. Yeah, my particular year was famous for that kind of stuff. It got to the point where after my year left, they installed barbed wire and additional security measures to make sure people didn't get out.
Oh my god, that's scary.
Just so people didn't climb over fences and, yeah. Make sure
I
people
got
didn't climb
something.
over fences. Heck, they introduced a disciplinary committee.
Okay, what did they have? Paddles ready?
Like, at an Aussie school, like, a disciplinary committee is practically unheard of. It's like, wait, you're gonna tell off Aussies? What? Huh?
Yeah, it doesn't
What's
make
the
any
point?
sense.
I'm not sure how much of a difference they made, but yeah, it was some really dumb stuff. It especially didn't help that it was an all-boys school.
Oh, that's probably why they did that though.
Yeah, but the amount of times fights would happen would be practically every other day.
Yeah.
I was caught in a couple of those too. Those were great, honestly. Because man, I don't know. When you're bored enough that every lunchtime is pretty much just everyone lies down in a dog pile in the sun, then someone gets pissed enough to like shove another guy, then yeah, bound to
Oh my
happen.
god. Yeah, that sounds about right though. People are. I don't know why they do things like this the way they do.
Hmm.
Like school. Like I feel like the people that run schools like have never been in school.
It came from a different time, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because the old schooling system used to be something of prestige, I suppose. If you made it into school, then you were someone that was actually destined for better things rather than universal education.
I guess.
So
I don't know, I feel like my parents like any I don't know, I feel like at least in the States, like if you have parents that are like under 50 and you're like 20, like most of the time like they went to school. Like they had pretty decent chances at school.
yeah, I think it then comes to your chances at, say, college or university, essentially.
Yeah, college or university would be definitely different.
I don't know,
I
down
always feel like
under,
partying is getting worse now though.
hmm down under, getting into a college or university is practically an expectation. It's
Yeah.
just really dumb though, because, how does one put it? When all the institutions are roughly in the top 1%, and then you see how terrible the quality is, it's just like, oh no. Something is really wrong with the system somewhere.
Yeah. School's a joke in my opinion. Like
Hmm.
you're better off just getting a job and learning.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I moved from the more academic side to a more practical, hands-on kind of course, essentially.
Mm.
So instead of
It's like grade school.
studying, hmm yeah, instead of studying at a university, I instead study at more of a practical college, specifically for audio engineering, essentially.
Mm.
Whereas those 4 years I spent at whatever university it was to learn games design was functionally useless.
Hmm.
Because
Yeah, sounds about right.
it was mostly a media's arts course. It had zero cohesion in any sense, really. Like,
Yep.
there was very little in the way of structure. And then on top of that, yeah, they really didn't care who the hell you were. You were another number to them.
Yeah, that sounds like normal colleges.
Hmm.
Like I went for I have my AA in business administration.
Damn.
But like, I've never used it. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like positions just come with age sometimes.
Yeah. It does come
Like, the
to
older
that.
you get, the more experience. Like, once like the older people start leaving, then you kind of take over
Mm-hmm.
because like there's no one else to do it, and there's like an age gap thing where like the older people don't want younger people there, like
Ah,
above
yeah.
in higher positions, at least here. You're kind of looked down on unless you have like 10 plus years of experience in the field that you're working in.
Christ.
Um, Even if you have like I know people that literally have like doctorate degrees and like they're trying to get jobs in specific things and they're told like you don't have the experience to get this.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
like
That
they
kind of
went to
hurts to
school for
hear.
over 10 years in college. What do you mean? What do you mean they don't have the experience? And technical school for culinary, but the chef in charge of teaching class had said so far possessed you hardly taught and had to learn from the other teachers and students. Exactly. That's another thing though with some technical schools, like it's like sink or swim.
Yeah, it really
I was the
is.
first male in my family to graduate high school in 3 generations. Nice boomy. I was
Hmm.
the first um to get my AA in my family, I think. Was I? Yeah, I think I got my AA before my sister did.
Hmm.
I was the first to get my AA in my family, but my sister's getting her BA, which is for another 4 years.
Oh,
Um,
damn.
yeah,
Let's
so
see.
she's
For my lot, I think my folks are just glad that myself and my brother had both graduated, essentially.
yeah.
They were particularly worried about my brother. That guy was a bit of a... not great with his course, because he had no passion for it.
Mm.
Because, yeah,
It's
when
kind of
you...
hard nowadays, though, because
Mhm.
like there's just I feel like there's not a lot of things that you're. It's not that you're not allowed to do it. It's just that like a lot of things that you want to do, it's typically a flooded field, so it's harder to get into.
Yeah, myself taking one look at the field of game design. Man, that was
Mm-hmm.
depressing. Imagine
Yep.
graduating out to 0 job opportunities because no one ever has openings in game design.
Yep. That's the worst part. May, when you come replace my superintendent at my job, I would like to not a total condescending moron charge. I mean, I would. That's like another thing. Like, I feel like I can't wait for like our generation to kind of take over because like the last generation is just so like our generation is so much more work life balance than the last one.
Yeah.
Like
Uh,
we care more about the time that we spend out of work, and we're not like we don't give a shit about our work. Like we come to work, do our job, and then we're done. And
oh
then
man.
like I feel that I wanted to be a game designer and I reset passwords for smooth brains. Yeah.
uh, don't worry. At least you have programming experience. Then for my lot, it was all arts. So it ended up becoming, instead of becoming a game designer, I became a writer.
Yeah.
And
It's just it's
writing, not the most stable field, I will say. Unless you decide to do ghostwriting, but ghostwriting has the worst connotations tied to it.
or unless you're like a journalist, but even then, like that's also really hard.
Oh, yeah, I worked for a tabloid. That was
That sounds awful. Not gonna lie.
really awful. You went under one pseudonym with a squad of people, essentially, and your job every day was to stir up as much celebrity drama as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So it was
That's just
both,
not.
yeah.
That's just not good for your mental well-being,
No, it really
honestly.
ain't. After a while, it's like, money's good, but I'm fucking sick of this shit.
Yeah. I
But,
would try to go back to school, but it never clicked with me. So now I have something of an existential crisis about it. Yeah. So I think that's kind of normal. I feel like everyone at some point is like, "Wow, I need to go back to school." I feel like everyone does that. I don't think there's a single person in this world that's like, "Yeah, this is fine." I feel like everyone at some point is like, "I don't like this. I don't like how my life is going." Um, I need to do something else and do something different.
Mm-hmm. And it's fair
But then
enough at
again,
that
I feel like
point.
I think that's just burnout. I don't feel like that you actually care about doing something different necessarily all the time. I just feel like you're just burnt out of what you're doing and you need a break.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And for
Unless it's
myself,
obviously
yeah.
something that you never enjoyed.
Yeah. Let's say for myself, the whole game design and writing thing is more or less just a means to an end. If I end up making enough money and saving enough out of it, then I'm just starting a bar, basically.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, it's just the easier way of ending one's career, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because at that point, yeah, that's just the ultimate goal. Once all is said and done, once my short lifetime in what goddamn career I'll end up with is settled, then yeah, just run a bar, probably running it at a loss rather than at any significant gain, honestly. And
Yeah, that's
just
typically how
in
it is. It really depends on
just
where
in
you
some
have it,
random
though.
corner.
Yeah.
Just pick a random corner of the city, probably a very quiet one, and yeah, spend the rest of the days talking to people that happen to wander in.
Been cleaning toilets for 3 years, haven't quit yet. When you put the word "yet" on it, it means you don't like it. And if you don't like it, maybe you should consider changing it. But oh, never mind. You told me benefits are too good. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Like sucks. Like enjoying something, but being like, "Fuck!" Like I can't do that because the benefits aren't good enough.
I look at writing, everything is independent contractor.
Yeah.
There is not a single moment where they'll be like, oh yeah, you get a salary, or oh, you get superannuation or whatever. Nah. It's all just straight up, nah, you're independent contractor. Unless you want to step up and edit other people's writing instead of writing stuff yourself. But
Yeah,
editing is by far the most depressing job in existence. Holy hell.
Or like proofreading. If I had to
Yeah.
proofread, I would cry.
Editing and
Especially if it's like really
proofreading,
bad. Like if it's just a bad read.
it is usually...
Like something like Twilight. If you're reading something like Twilight, you're like, kill me.
It is
I hate
usually a pretty bad read, is what I'll say. It's very rare that you get to read something nice. and that's what really got... Oh god, My Immortal, why was that ever a thing?
Okay, it's so funny. If you read it as comedy, it's amazing.
I know.
If you read it as like actual literature, god, it's so bad.
Yeah,
But if you read it like to laugh, it's fine.
Yeah. For me, it was with a bunch of uni mates in Discord after every other day of uni. We'd just rock up after everyone got home and be like, alright, who's taking this voice? Who's taking that voice? And
Yeah,
it just became a
pretty
group
much.
dramatic reading. It was freaking great. I ended up having to narrate way too much of it, honestly. God. And it's a first-person piece.
I don't know, man. That was just the amount of time it was taking to write that too, though. It's like I think it's like 10 chapters or something like that.
I think it might be a lot more than that.
Really?
It was very long, needlessly long.
It's a book now. Oh no!
Oh my god.
Hold on, wait. That's what I did with me and the lads. Yeah, hold on, let me see.
Like, there have been plenty of dodgy fanfictions that my lot have read out loud, just for the sake of it. But man, my Immortal still stands out. It's just, holy hell, how did this thing ever exist?
Yeah, there are 11 chapters.
Heck.
Wait. No. The first one was 11 chapters. There's a total of 44 chapters now. Oh my god. I've never read it and I feel lucky. Boomy, it's so fucking funny. If you've never read it, I think you should, just to laugh. If you go into it thinking of it as a serious read, don't do it. If you're thinking of it as like, oh my god, this is fucking awful and funny,
That's
do it.
pure comedy. Yes, it's great. Man, some of the scenes in that freaking thing stick out. Just like, what the hell is going on? Why does this have to make any sense anymore?
Yeah, no, it's real bad. It's real bad. I just like how they like how she just fucks up their names like Dumbledore.
Now,
Or
there's one line that really stuck out to me and still is partly in my head, and it's just a case of, I don't know, two of Malfoy's lackeys flying by her window, her opening the curtain, and they're just there mysticulating. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Mysticulating? What's mysticulating? Hold
Probably
on.
a misspelling of something else. Most definitely a misspelling of something else, because, yeah.
Oh no, I get it now. Oh no.
Yeah, why was that a thing?
Oh, mysticulating. This girl must have been like 12 when she wrote this.
It shows because of how much, like, emo culture is shoved into that damn thing.
Oh my god.
Because, man, that was a product of its time with how much emo culture was shoved into there.
Whenever I type mysticulating into the internet, it says crushing food. But then it says masticate instead.
Oh, God. I don't know, man. Autocorrect is a scary monster.
Urban Dictionary says it's juicing the herring, slinging the sausage, parking the swine. I hate it.
That's so... Oh, why? Man. All the euphemisms.
What the
Yeah.
fuck? The example is Moose likes to juice his herring in front of Joe. What the fuck, man? Stop your mysticulating. Slinging the sausage. God, I hate it. Okay.
God awful.
I hate it.
But man.
Oh,
Man.
God, that's so bad.
I'm glad I haven't had to edit fiction in a very long time, but god damn. I see why
So you
editing
do
is pretty good
mostly,
pay.
Yeah. So you do mostly like articles and stuff like that, or do you do like
It
actual like
it was mostly
books?
articles. Because that way it was just, yeah, if you wanted something that wasn't ghostwriting, have your hand at editing for a while, then after editing I'm like, fuck, I'm done with this shit. I'm out.
What's ghostwriting?
Ghostwriting is where you write but don't take any credit or name, essentially.
Oh, so you write for someone else and then they kind of...
Yeah, essentially with the tabloid, it was a case of they had one particularly famous named writer, essentially, when in reality that writer was like 5 or 6 different people.
Yeah. Huh.
Because yeah,
That's funny.
Because it was impossible to release at that kind of rate for a single person, usually.
Yeah, of course.
And it was impossible for someone of that kind of caliber to keep the research at the same time and stay on top of everything. So everyone was investigating different aspects of things and writing based on what they were in charge of. So it ended up being
That's
an
like
entire...
crazy, actually.
Yeah. It's... The... Let's see, it being ghostwriting allowed you to kind of protect yourself, essentially. In the sense of, at least your name wasn't the one being used, so... If people
Yeah, so it was like something controversial.
Yeah.
Like...
Because the thing was, you were always writing stuff to stir the pot. Stir as much shit as possible. Because that's what people came for. People came to read the bullshit. And then start their own bullshit based on the bullshit, because they assumed that the writer was someone researched. Where in reality, we were often taking assumptions and spinning them out of control.
Huh.
and all that did was give extra clicks and extra sales on articles, etc.
I don't mean to get political, but yeah, that's just so like it just goes into what my biggest hatred in the world, being disingenuous.
Yeah, it
Like,
is hyper disingenuous work. At the same time, though, the way I sold it to myself was a case of if someone is already looking out of their way to find tabloid articles and whatnot, then they're here to they're here to read bullshit to begin with.
the thing is, not really though. There's like a lot of people that actually believe it.
Yeah, I don't know. It was the
It's mostly
lie.
the older generation. I feel like newer generations either like know it's fake or just like also like the drama.
Yeah. For myself, it was just a lie I told to convince myself that this is fine. You're getting paid for this anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, granted, it's not your fault. You're just being told to do your job.
Yeah, it just feels shit as well because you can't take any of the writing credit in future.
Yeah.
It's a case of, yeah, because it's all done under a pseudonym, then yeah, you can't really import that pseudonym if it belongs to the company.
Yeah.
So so you kind of have to lie about your experience, essentially. It's like, oh yeah, I worked at this company doing this and that. And then when they
Why
call up...
do they have you on like an NDA?
Yeah, pretty much. So when they call up your manager, you have to provide them with very specific reference and whatnot to say what you were doing at the company. It's all pretty fishy stuff. But yeah. Such as writing. Don't get into ghostwriting. Ghostwriting takes a massive toll after a while. And it's just like, yeah, pays good, but fuck, man. You stirred a lot of shit in your time.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'd be able to do that.
Yeah, because one time I remember it, like, absolutely skyrocketing and breaking out. I'm just like, oh, shit, I need to write a follow-up to this somehow. And it's like, man, everything's just hell in the world of writing. But yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I really feel like it is really bad in the world of writing because, like, when I worked at the vet office, there was a period where I was frequently in certain, like, forums and stuff for vet information. And, like, there were people that weren't veterinarians that were, like, people that wanted to start up, like, writing companies for, like, vet information.
Oh, shit, yeah.
But, like, they weren't veterinarians, so they don't know, like, the laws and stuff of things you're able to say and not say.
Oh, yeah, the,
like, on the
unspoken rules, yeah.
It's not even unspoken rules, it's just, like, they wanted, like, someone reached out to me and they're like, can you write articles about these kinds of things? And, like, I never accepted it or anything, but, like, it was pretty much, they wanted me to talk about things that if I was a veterinarian, I would lose my license for.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, so, like, they were reaching out to, like, veterinary technicians, which is what I was, because technically we don't lose anything other than if we get caught our job.
Huh.
But it wouldn't be, like, we wouldn't be, like, our name wouldn't be on it. It would be like the ghostwriting thing. Like, someone else would get the credit for it.
Okay.
They pretty much wanted to, like, pretend to be a veterinarian and pretend to give advice for specific issues, which is really...
yeah, that's the hyper troublesome stuff, usually.
Yeah. It was very, weird and fishy, and they were like, yeah, we'll pay you... I don't even know what the pay was, and I was like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Because, like, they wanted things like opinions on, like, things like CBD or, like, specific medications on animals, or, like, treatment options that you could do at home instead of going to, like, a fucking veterinarian.
Boy, that's pushing it a bit.
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, no, thank you, I'm not gonna do that.
Christ, yeah, I guess there are those kinds out there. Because other ghostwriting jobs are pretty funny to see. Like, some of them, if it's not tabloid involved, usually it's celebrity chefs wanting to write a cookbook, essentially. Like, I've seen so many offers out there just being like, oh, can you write this cookbook for me? Yeah, I'll provide you some of the recipes, but you do the rest. And it's like, the
I mean,
pay,
that's fair though.
some of it, the pay is garbage for filling in the rest, and the rest is a
Yeah.
lot, is the thing.
Yeah, no, it is.
Because here's the thing, do you know how much, often how big a recipe is when it comes to cooking, or nah? Like in a commercial kitchen?
Yeah. Mhm.
It's like a single sheet of paper slapped onto the side of a fridge.
Yeah.
And it's got like a whole bunch of ingredient portions, and that's it for your recipe sometimes.
Yeah.
So for some of those jobs, you actually had to piece together how the hell the recipe was actually handled.
Yeah, like putting in. That's why there's a lot of recipes that you see online.
Hmm.
When you're actually looking at them, though, the way that you're supposed to put ingredients together is wrong.
Yeah.
That's something that I've noticed a lot. Like a lot of the times they'll be like, just mix all the dry ingredients together, when in reality, like you're making a meringue, you got to put the sugar in the meringue
Yeah.
before like you put the rest of the cake ingredients together.
Mm-hmm.
But like the recipe just says throw all dry ingredients together instead of like separate.
Yeah, because a lot of cooking is very assumed, very much.
That's actually really funny. Honestly, though, I would hate to write a cookbook. I would hate it. I've been like, I kind of want to make my own cookbook, for like personal use.
Mm-hmm.
Um, or like whenever someone's like, I need the recipe to this, like instead of like having to write it down every time, I could just like send them a copy of whatever it is I'm making. I don't like to brag, but I make pretty good food. And everyone that ever like tries my food, they're like, "What's the recipe to this?" So,
Hmm.
um,
Fair enough. For me, when I make food, I normally don't share around the recipe too much, because if people know the recipe, they tend to think, what the hell kind of dubious shit are you feeding me? Okay, put it this way. So, okay, imagine you're making a bolognese, and instead of using Worcestershire sauce, what do you think you could use as a suitable replacement?
something vinegary, maybe.
Well, here's the apparent answer my family came up with, and is the one that I keep using to this day. It's soy sauce, actually.
Huh.
Yeah, and
Okay.
the moment I mentioned that, instead of Worcestershire sauce, you can use soy sauce and maybe a bit of balsamic vinegar added on top, most people immediately think, what the hell have you been feeding me? I'm like, I mean, you've been eating it and chowing it down this whole time. What's the complaint about?
Yeah, no. I mean, I could see how it would work. I feel like you would need to have a little more acidity for it to be closer to Worcestershire.
Hmm.
Worcestershire, how do you
Yeah,
say it?
that's where the balsamic normally comes in, and that helps
Yeah.
balance it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just funny to see when people are just like, oh god, what have you done?
They panic. Yeah.
And I'm just like, it's perfectly fine, you're eating it.
Uh-huh. Sorry. Oof.
Hmm.
I don't
Let's
know where that
say,
yawn came from.
hey. Best way to wrap up pretty soon, because yeah. I
Yeah, I
actually,
actually have.
I actually do need
I
to
have to
start
go in like
cooking.
10 minutes. Oh, I have to go in like 10 minutes anyway.
Hey.
About, I think. I just gotta.
Alright, in which case I'll give you one last question then. So, aside from... Your sounded like it's
Siren.
mad.
Woo, woo, woo,
Aside from,
wee.
say, getting into streaming and whatnot, or making streaming a full-time thing, what would have been your dream job, or what would have you gone for?
I really, 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 when I was little, wanted to be a vet.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I really, really wanted to. Um, would still have liked to. Um, even though it's sad and like it's like a very tough um thing to work in, just because there's like a lot of death and it's not always like happy puppies and kittens. It's also the old clients that you've had for 5, 10 years that are now sick that you've already created a bond with and have to put them down. That's not even what put me off from it. It's the school. It's the
Ah,
amount of school you take. I'm not smart enough to do math. I can literally, I can fill out prescriptions for medications, and I can remember medications and how to prescribe them and how to administer them and for what weight size and everything is needed for each animal. But because I cannot do physics or calculus, I cannot be a vet. It's the unfortunate truth of the way that the world works.
Oh, yeah. It's fair enough then.
But otherwise, I'm kind of like switching over from vet stuff to more of dog training and breeding. Um, for like people who need like service dogs. That's like my goal currently. But that one's actually really that it's almost harder to get into than vet because like you need to know like an actual trainer to get into it. You need to have a lot of connections in the animal world. It's like very. It's like like the top tier chefs like all know each other. It's one of those things. It's like literally just like they're just pinky out like you can't be one of us because you're young.
I had a shot at that world for top tier chefing. I turned it down because I was like, nah, kitchen's not much for me.
Yeah. It's kind of sad, but that's okay. I will make do with what I can. I'm just doing IT for now because it's easy work.
Fair enough.
It's just beep boop. Here's your password. Okay, bye.
That's fair enough to do. Knew some guys which worked back in IT. That fella though, let's see, ended up unemployed for quite a while and barely clearing his course and then became a VTuber. Man.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a wild ride. Anyhow, on that note, thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, it was fun.
This is, I think you've taken the record for the longest interview I've done now.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't particularly mind it. It's just the fact of the matter. Yeah, you're easy to talk to and get along with. And I happen to have the time today, essentially.
Aww.
Anyhow, let's see if I can't find someone to raid then.
Yeah, there's a lot of people online right now, so.
For me, I only see about 6 people. Let's see, I can send these people over to a 24-hour stream. I can send them over to a certain rabbit, probably being salty in League right now.
She's probably like, this fucking bitch. This fucking guy.
Let's see. I'll toss a coin on that one between those two. I didn't pick a side. God damn, I didn't pick a side before tossing the coin.
Oh no.
Hey.
I do it all the time.
Alright, let's see. Heads Rilu, tails Kiari. Okay, heads. So I'll send him over to Rilu then.
Oh, Rilu, yeah. Okay. She's doing a 24-hour stream right now?
Apparently.
Oh my god, Rilu, you're nuts.
Alright.
I sent them to Rilu like last week, I think.
The interview I had with Rilu, I think, was the second longest now. At this point. Yeah, with you taking first now.
I love Rilu. She's great.
There's a certain amount of chaotic energy with that one.
Oh, I know. It's so fucking funny though. When it hits, you're like, huh?
Yeah.
Like she's normal for a little, and then she'll say something. You're like, wait, did you just say that?
I don't know. When it comes to bread, something's up. Anyhow, I'll send these fellas over in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thanks everyone for swinging by. Alright, and in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.